A very good morning, good evening, good afternoon and good day wherever you're watching from in the world. Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby on a medium windy day. How are we doing? Not like what we had at the Lake District, only just dried up. How are we doing? Hope we're all good and feeling well. So I think we're all secure and ready to go. We've got 41 Squadron here. Welcome to the show. Those that are new to the channel, welcome. And for those that discovered us on our adventures up north, welcome. We are back from our adventures from the north, but we will be returning northbound, but more veering off to the west. We will be in North Wales, in fact heading off to Anglesey on our next sort of adventure, where we'll turn back on ourselves to the Mac Loop as well. So we'll be spending some time out in Wales. No date set yet, it's all weather sensitive as well, so have to bear that in mind as well. So getting as far up as there, it is very dependent on the weather, and we hope we can get you some shows from RAF Valley and the Mac Loop as well. We will be returning back to the Lake District as well. We've also got, towards the end of the year, we've got Leeming as well with York Night and Lake District. Again, no date set, but just set your notification bell button on where you'll be notified of our latest and greatest videos. It's always great to be back at the home base. Now, I don't know how long we're going to last up here for, but we'll do our best. And it's not as windy as yesterday. We should have some departures today, I would have thought, in the morning. In fact, I can hear a startup or something similar. Yeah, I believe that is our EJ200 engine starting up. This is Ted's home. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator as well. Talking to you all things Typhoon, along with RAF Coningsby's history and anything else military aviation related. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. This of course is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. This is Ted's home, who lives at number 29 over there at Coningsby. Welcome, Ted. Ted's just doing a guards march. Welcome. So what do we have here? So amongst other roles with RAF Coningsby's force and unit and its base, it has 5 Typhoon squadrons. First up, number 29, who sound like they've just started up on the main. Listen to this. 29 Squadron, they are an operational conversion unit. For those that don't know, they are responsible for training all things Typhoon. Now, I don't necessarily mean just the flying, all things to do with Typhoon. Listen to that. So from weapons conversion units, ground crew for the Typhoon, pilots, of course, they're responsible for schooling and training to get airmen qualified on the Eurofighter Typhoon. Welcome to the show. Next up, we've got number 12 Squadron. Now, they are a joint Qatari, Emiri and Royal Air Force squadron. They are number 12. And they stood up in 2018, started operating at Coningsby in 2020. On our screens, just to our right, we've got number 41 Squadron, the Test and Evaluation Squadron for the Typhoon. There is a Test and Evaluation Squadron for the F-35B. That's number 17 Squadron of the Royal Air Force. They're based at Edwards Air Force Base in America. And of course, we got two combat-ready fighter squadrons. Number 3 Fighter, the oldest squadron at Coningsby, setting back all the way to 1912 with the Royal Flying Corps, and number 11 Fighter Squadron, the world's oldest dedicated. They've retained that fighter role since 1915. Also, Coningsby's home to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. So in the inventory of the Royal Air Force, there is, of course, a Avro Lancaster, a selection of Spitfires, 2 Hawker Hurricanes, 2 de Havilland Chipmunks, and welcoming back with a new livery supporting the Southeast Asia Command Units, number 31 Squadron, I think it is, with the C-47 Dakota. It is extremely Morecambe Mindy up here. I hope we're all good and well. Now you may have spotted Italian Typhoons as well. Italian Air Force Typhoons, of course, are called the F-2000A Typhoon. Some countries designate their own names for the same aircraft. The Typhoon arrived with number 17 Squadron at BAE Wharton Aerodrome in 2003 and arrived here on the 19th of May 2005. Yay! Big shout out to everyone at RAF Coningsby Hedgehog crew, all those that tow the aircraft, Bowser crew, maintenance units, armourers, all roles. How we doing? Hope we're well. Transport units as well dotted about, Bowsers, air traffic controllers, fire and rescue teams, recovery, medics, communications, technicians, ferries. There's so much, and of course not forgetting RAF Regiment as well, and the RAF Police. A big family is what makes up a Royal Air Force. To do one thing, actually make that two, to preserve the history and the legacy that keeps going from that very day of the very first scramble to protecting UK airspace. And that, my friends, is a legacy and an honour. And for those family members that have their loved ones serving, be proud. From those starting out, let's not forget 17 Coningsby Air Cadets. A big shout out to them, future generation. Volunteers and reserves as well, big shout out to them. Be part of that legacy. If you are interested in joining the Air Force, there's a whole lot of roles. From, let's not forget the chef. I've always highlighted how important the chef is. And it's great to be back. It always is. Such a nice feeling to come back to TED HQ. We're getting some blue skies now, which is great. But a reminder that autumn is looming. Chris Bloxham, thanks very much for the tech update. Thank you very much. All is good. Hope you're well. We've got our first taxi out. Number 41 Squadron, Echo Bravo, with their World War II markings on their Spitfires. Seek and destroy is their motto. Now in the Royal Air Force, this is designated as the Typhoon FGR4. It is a swing roll aircraft, which means it can change role just like that. Not many aircraft can be reconfigured as a push of a button. So fighter, ground attack and reconnaissance aircraft. So it can turn into reconnaissance straight into a ground attack. Swing roll just like that. One of the most amazing things about the Typhoon is its engine, or two engines of course. The Eurojet EJ200 engine. And where it's made, in Germany, they've been making engines for over 100 years. So their legacy is still going on. It is a composite of Rolls-Royce MTU as well. With the Super Cruise option, it can go supersonic without the assistance of afterburners. The Typhoon is a fly-by-wire aircraft. It's controlled by an FCS flight control system. Now, without that, the Typhoon would simply just fall out the sky, or at least would be very hard work for the pilot to input every single mechanism on the Typhoon. What I mean by that is the computer is doing all the things. So normally, if you think about it, without fly-by-wire, let's think of the F-15 Strike Eagle. When it's, you know, dogfighting, the pilot's doing all that. Now, with no computer input. Now think about it. In a straight line, the Typhoon, the FCS is doing all the work to keep it straight, because otherwise it would fall. And that's the beauty of, so it's able to do maneuvers that really don't require a lot from the pilot. All the pilot has to do is not to lose sight of the fight. Welcome to RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. Let's get ready for our first departure of the day. Oh, cool. Voyager! Still a bit windy, isn't it? Can this be? Oi, oi! So this is 29 Squadron. Getting ready for departure. Just when I think the wind settled down, it's reminding me that it's not. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and of course welcome to the Spotters car park, where we can watch aircraft safely. Again, safety is key. There are, or shall I say, sadly, with all the things going on in the world, there's a few things that we do need to be mindful, and safety is key for all of us here. So first of all, the car park that we're in, it's obviously, like with any car park, it can only hold so many cars, any vehicles. So please, if the car park is full, please don't try to park it just outside. There are double yellow lines. There are no stopping signs. Please just park it in the town. It's only £2 for the whole day, which is great. And there are toilets in town in that car park. There are no toilets here. I repeat, there are no toilets here. The other thing as well to mention is, if you are crossing the road, like of course to get some extra shots, it is a chain link fence. So first of all, when you're crossing the road, do be careful when crossing the road. I know we all get excited, doesn't matter what age you are, we all get excited about our photos that we've just taken. So just please look left, look right. I know it sounds silly and simple, but it will save your life. Just please be mindful. The speed limit has been reduced to 40 now, which is great. Of course, chain link fence as well. Please don't climb it. Please don't rest your ladders on that fence. You'll damage it. No circumstances at all. The other thing as well, please, ladies and city bears, do not stop here. Do not block the crash gate. There are many crash gates. This is what they look like, crash gates. Please do not be that person that gets moved on. They're crash gates for a reason. Should the unfortunate event happen where rescue teams need to recover an aircraft, you don't want to be that person that's blocked it. Again, another safety issue is the red and white fence. Please don't stand at the red and white fence. You can see there a wooden fence there, no problem. Standing to the right of that, you know, you can see that there, a nice wooden fence if you've got a ladder, but please don't stand there. You will be told to move on, or worse, by the authorities. This field here is an absolute no. This is private property on that grass there, especially with the approach. There's lots of signs. You'll start to notice lots of signs everywhere now, because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, look how nice now the approach lights have been, you know, they've been protected again. They've been replaced. The protective wood fencing around it, the barrier fencing, we've noticed that damage before. So, you know, I know it's not us, I know it's not the plane spotters that, you know, we know the rules. I know there could be some new enthusiasts in the making that don't know the rules. I appreciate our regulars would know this already, but you never know, we may have some newcomers that will appreciate the extra info. There are signs, and then the other thing as well, be mindful of your surroundings. I know it's one of those things now where we live in a world with all sorts going on, sadly, and we need to be mindful of who's around. Now, I am going to be making some handout leaflets that I will be giving out. A very useful leaflet inspired by RAF Leeming's vigilance and safe plane spotting leaflet. That really inspired me to do it. So I will be making some and handing them out, and it's got little bits and pieces, you know, little inserts that you can write down numbers, you know, VRNs, that's vehicle registration numbers, what you've seen. And again, I cannot stress this enough, please do this discreetly. If you are going to, if you think you've spotted someone that's really suspicious, then do it discreetly. Don't approach them. I have written this down in our little guide. I will be handing them out. They'll be free. I'll just give them out, and we may even get a little pencil, because I thought, hang on, I may need to provide a pencil with this, because you may not have a pen handy, and it's always that time, isn't it, when you need a pen, you never got one. So just little things like that, just to make plane spotting a safer environment. Again, drones is an absolute no. For those that are going off to Tattershall Lakes, it's still a no. You should be using the Drone Assistant app as well, and you can't, it's an absolute no. There are numbers around the fence that you can ring if you spot anyone. You will end up in serious trouble with the authorities flying one of those. Right, now that that's out of the way, back to our plane spotting. You can see Italian Typhoons here. There's a nice set there. What, we got 6 Italian Typhoons. No idea if they're going out today, but like with anything, sit back, relax, and see what happens. There are bins provided in our spotters car park. There's some heavy duty bins. There's no overnight camping, and there is a burger van here. Steve, go and see Steve for your breakfast, brunch and lunch. Normally here around about 8, half 8, 9 until about sort of 1:30, 2. Welcome to RAF Coningsby. Now, as we mentioned at Lossiemouth, that was QRA station number 1 north. This is in fact QRA station number 2 south. It was an excellent adventure. RAF Coningsby, built in November the 4th, 1940. more startups that you can hear. And of course, yesterday was the anniversary, 86 years ago, Battle of Britain Day. Started on officially on the 15th of September 1940. It was to be the destruction and the annihilation in 4 days, Goring claimed, of the Royal Air Force. Well, 86 years later, our island is still an island and our Royal Air Force is still going. So lest we forget, as I mentioned earlier this morning, that the legacy still lives on, as ready as they were to scramble during that time in 1940. They're as ready now as they'll ever were, and still have been, and still going. And that's our legacy of the Royal Air Force. Per ardua ad astra. If you're in the regiment, just per ardua. Typhoons taxiing now. So if you managed to read my Britain's battle yesterday, how important the Dowding system and the chain home system by Watts and Watt that very day, testing out the Hayford bomber. The organisation of fighter command. Those beautiful EJ200 engines producing a whopping 20,000 pounds of thrust each. That's equivalent to, in power wise, of course, it's thrust in pounds or kilonewtons. Kilonewtons. But they don't really do horsepower in jet engines, but if you want to make that equivalent, it's equivalent to 100, the power of 150 Ferraris, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Woo, yeah. We're talking about 150,000 horsepower. Nice. So the Typhoon's got 2 engines, which means it's a total thrust of 40,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner or reheat. Now, in an aircraft empty, completely empty, it's 24,000 pounds. So start adding some fuel, start adding payload, your thrust to weight ratio, it will be impressive. So 3 more Typhoons ready for departure. And thanks Perry for the info. The 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we've got 6 Italian Typhoons, which are from the 9th Air Group, the 9th Gruppo of the Aeronautica Militare, the Italian Air Force, and they're part of the 4th Wing at Grosseto Air Base. So thanks Perez Batman Bush for the info. Right. In World War II, the Hawker Typhoon nickname was the Tiffy.
Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, sheds, teddy bears. Over 1,000 of you tuned in already. Thank you so much. And don't forget your in-stream checklist to hit the like button. This really does help the stream get out there. Give us a thumbs up. You've been cleared a touch and go on the like button. And of course, do join us, do subscribe to the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. We are extremely close to 113,000 subscribers. Amazing. What a legacy that is and a journey. Thank you so much. And of course, if you are subscribed, don't miss out. Don't forget to hit that notification bell button where you'll be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos. Do share, do care. Lots of you sharing our streams. Really nice of you to hit the care button, spell S-H-A-R-E. Thank you all so much for doing that. And don't forget, after the show, get yourself and treat yourself to Ted Coningsby merchandise. Get yourself the only place to get official Ted Coningsby merchandise, apart from me, online store. Visit tedconingsby.co.uk. Here we go, it's spoon time. This is the main ASP, that's aircraft servicing platform. Pilots just call it the main. Lots of foons taxiing out now for departure. Just reminding me that it's still there. I've said it before, it's been an extremely windy year this year. So we've got 1, 2, 3 Typhoons taxiing out, with a few more as well taxiing on the other side as well. Enjoy. Four Typhoons taxiing out from our left on the north side of the base. Little transition there, one out, one in. Oh, hello. And Typhoon on the left, just overtaking on the inside lane, the Typhoon on the right. That's a bit of a manoeuvre there, wasn't it? And I can still hear more Typhoons spooling. So we've got 4 on this side, we've got another one, or at least one Typhoon spooling on the main ASP. There's a few more Typhoons I can just about see taxiing on the south side of the base. So a minimum 6 minimum at this point, minimum. There could be more. Enjoy. Definitely can hear an EJ200 engines spooling there. Nice. Lancaster have just been pulled out as well, which is nice. Nice.
Yeah, it's just been pulled out. PA474 has just been pulled out the hangar. So, could be just an engine run, but nevertheless, always nice to see. Although Bomber County, before the Second World War, the whole county, England's second largest county, was once fighter town, defending against the Zeppelins, the Zeppelin raids during the First World War. And when Coningsby was built in 1940, it became a bomber command station with number 5 group all the way right up to 1969, when the FGR2 Phantoms arrived with number 6 squadron, who today, of course, as we know, are based at RAF Lossiemouth. The flying can openers. Love it. Start off with the departures from the south side of the base. Here we go. Coming out as well. Here we go. Lancaster is out. Typhoons. Canopies up. Italian Typhoon. It's designated as the F2000A Typhoon in the Aeronautica Militare. It's part of the 4th Wing, the 9th Gruppo. Based at Grosseto Air Base. It's the 4th Wing. And it's part of the 9th Air Group, the 9th Gruppo. And of course, with Cobra Warrior, it won't be unusual to have exotic aircraft. Now, the Typhoon of the Royal Air Force, like with any other Air Force, they do have their own extras or tweaks, shall we call that, in that way. The Typhoon of the Royal Air Force is called the Typhoon FGR4, stands for Fighter Ground Attack and Reconnaissance Aircraft. Just had a little feel of Waddington there. I think I can hear Foon spooling, you know. Well, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, ladies, gents and teddy bears. I'll do my best to hang on to this Typhoon, my demo Typhoon. I can show you anything you need to know about the Typhoon. If it's something that you need to know or want to know, sorry, let me know in the comments in just after my little demo of the Typhoon, in case you're wondering what certain parts are. So this is the Eurofighter Typhoon, first flight 1994, but the idea, you won't believe it, stems all the way just after the Cold War, and it was a development program to have something of a fighter, a pure fighter jet, but its evolution changed as time went on. But its first ever flight in Germany in 1994, and it was the Typhoon to the Royal Air Force that it went to first in 2003, didn't arrive here until the 19th of May 2005. It's made in 4 different countries, and if you have a look at a Typhoon that's completely in its primer stage, each primer has a different shade for each country. It's like a pale, like a beige orange, and some like a pale clay green to distinguish the countries. Now the left wing is made in Italy, the right wing is made in Spain, the front section and the cockpit made in Britain, the center section of the fuselage is made in Germany, and the rear part about here, this section here, is a split between Britain and Italy. Now we do actually have a Typhoon taxiing out now, so before I go into more detail, let's get another foon. Out now, lots to learn about the Typhoon. It is an absolutely amazing aircraft. It's only got about 15% metal profile, which is great, which keeps it a very low RCS, about, I think about 0.5 meters squared, if I'm right in saying that. Now let's have a little look as that taxis down, see if we can get a bit more info for you. Let's have a look at the battlefield section. Now the Mark 1, the ECR Marconi 90, the Captor, the very first radome, the radar system, the attack battlefield section in here. Of course, things do get upgraded. There's a Mark II coming out, the AESA from Hansholt, things like that. But the very original was able, inside here, the Marconi ECR 90 is able to detect aircraft 160 kilometers away and 300 kilometers away for larger aircraft. It can lock onto 20 to 30 targets and also prioritize on about 6. Okay, here again another battlefield, 100-degree battlefield zone. It's the IR Pirate, the infrared search in there. That's basically your infrared in high definition, high resolution, the ISR Pirate, the IRST, sorry, try and get that early in the morning without coffee. This basically has different filters in high resolution to seek and destroy in a 100-degree battlefield zone as well. This adds and accompanies the ECR Captor Mark 1, and of course there are Typhoons in the Royal Air Force that have had upgrades to this as well. The canopy is made of acrylic, the rest of it is a carbon composite. We have 4 planes on the Typhoon. These little wings here at the front, because it doesn't have elevators, so this can act as a speed brake as well as the angle of attack as well, because like I said, it doesn't have elevators. Now it's basically aerodynamically unstable, and I've spoke to you about that. It is fly-by-wire. Now the whole onboard system is called an FCS. It's a flight control system. That's your main computer, which has about 4 in total. Now all the data to the 4 lines of those FCS or the computer has these ADPs underneath here. They're like little triangles that you can see under here. That's the aircraft data pitot, and they're covered with 2 covers to cover 2 ADPs under here. You've got a BK 27mm Mauser cannon here. There's a cover for it about here. The first round just shoots it off if it's going to be operative. got your speed, you've got your air brake here, which opens up this way. It's enough drag to slow the Typhoon down. This intake here is the RAM heat exchanger. Now this activates when excess amount of reheat has been used, and it cools it down. So for example, during a Typhoon display with lots of reheat going on, it will cool down the engine using that there. You've also got a fuel vent here. This is where fuel is vented. It's not a leak, it's actually a natural, or shall we say a controlled thing, and it's for good reason. It will come out during negative G, and also if the fuel expands as it starts up, it will vent it out. This radar here is a MOR. It's a missile approach warning, so again part of the Typhoon's defense as well. The engines, by the way, the EJ200 engines sit back at the around 20% of the Typhoon's fuselage. Now inside this whole fuselage, by the way, there's around 30 kilometers of cabling. If you thought your wiring behind your TV was bad, try having 30 kilometers. Now blue tack is optional, as you can see, so you can land it on your table at home for displays. You've got a decoy pylon here on this side. Decoy pylon here, it's like a radar connected to a lanyard to confuse enemy radar, to make the Typhoon appear somewhere else. Speaking of defense as well, underneath we've got a total of 13 hard points, 6 on each wing, but one of those will be designated for another drop tank, okay? And the 13th one here, so a total of 13 hard points, the center one dedicated to the center drop tank, and then one on each side of the wing, so that means you got 5 hard points left for some tasty goodies. Here you've got your chaff dispenser, so if you've got a guided missile coming at you, you can use what's called a chaff. Chaff is World War II's version of window, it was called. It's like bits of metal which fool guided missiles as well. If it's not a guided missile and it's a heat-seeking missile, you can use your flares as well. Failing that, you can always use the heat of the sun, a very classical primitive maneuver, but a very effective one. But the Typhoon also has some classified maneuvers, but one of them I can tell you. Now, when we see a Typhoon on display, as it starts to do all these rolls, it starts to corkscrew. That's actually a defensive thing, because why would you want to go in a straight line and just roll happily in a straight line? What's the point of that? You're technically still in a straight line. So Typhoon can also have evasive maneuvers. Let's have a look under here. You've also got the instrument cooling intake here. There's a little intake there which cools down the instruments in there. When the Typhoon does go supersonic, and let's face it, it doesn't actually need afterburner to go supersonic, that's called a super cruise. Now the pilots won't know they've gone supersonic. The altimeter will actually start to judder, it'll start to wobble, but again, pilots don't feel going supersonic. It's a very easy aircraft to go supersonic, and happy times for that. You've got your air intakes here. Now the Typhoon, the intakes can actually suck up 75 litres of air per second. So for those that live in lovely counties in Britain that have about 4,000 different coloured bins, it will be able to suck that up in about 3.8 seconds and turn it into just a 2.88 litre bottle. So that's quite impressive. So that's 75 litres per second. Woo! It compresses the air 26 times. So take your volume and divide it by 26. That is the atmospheric pressure. So if you've got 26 meters cubed of air, it is now just a single meter cubed of air. That's all it is. Air is compressed because it's more combustible. You can get more of it and it's more economical. We can talk about the Typhoon's engine in just a while. I am mindful that we do have a Typhoon about to take off as well. Lots of people ask me about what is that burnt soot there. It literally is burnt fuel, but the actual component in there, oh, it is taking off. It's the APU, auxiliary power unit. This will have to be a PTO surely if it's going to be like this. Come on, usually it's a PTO when I've missed it a little bit. Oh, it sounds good. Go on, send it. PTO. But we do have 2 Typhoons going out, this one and one just behind it. there's even more down there. Oh well, more Typhoons going out in just a second. It was nice of them to literally wait for me to finish the talk on the Typhoon there. One more thing before I finish up the talk about the Typhoon, a little bit more about the intakes. Just really quickly, I've spoken about boundary layer, this little scoop, this little splitter bridge. For those that own like Vauxhall Corsas and Citroen Saxos, you can remember those splitters. In fact, Formula One cars have splitters or spoilers at the front. It's actually, you know, all that is all to do with aerodynamics and drag, but for here, it's for the drag called the boundary layer. Very dangerous for the engine because air is fluid, it sticks, and what happens as it's going through high speeds starts to create drag, which is called a boundary layer. Now if you imagine that air going inside, it's going to damage your engine, your first stage of your compressor system, the fan, the turbo fan. You're going to have low pressure and high pressure hitting that fan, two different types of pressure. It will damage it. So to fight that and combat that, you've got this splitter bridge. In real world, it's actually got quite some very distinctive drills as well, drilled holes here, like a grill, again, to just suck up any more boundary layer. The intakes are sat low. It is a what's called an S duct. This will hide the heat created by the compressor blades because you can't see the engines when you look straight in. They sit up here. And it sounds like the Lancaster has just started up. So from one master engine to Rolls-Royce Merlins, here we go. Our Lancaster PA474 joined the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight in 1973 when it was just called the Battle of Britain Flight. It was adding the Lancaster to the Battle of Britain Flight that they added Memorial to it, which then became the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Engine startup configuration is 3, 4, 2 and 1. And it's not uncommon for certain engines to start up first. You'd normally think it's just 1, 2, 3, 4. Some engines actually power hydraulic and braking systems and other electrical equipment. I think the B-17 had its heating system for the crew on one of the engines, that kind of thing. Even a twin engine bomber, like take a Wellington engine 2, I think it was powered, I think, some of the instruments on the aircraft. Bit like your alternator, that kind of thing, is powering up as it's with the fan in your engine. It's charging that up, that kind of thing. Matt Crossan, absolutely correct. It certainly did. It was the Royal Air Force's most successful heavy bomber. Now, it wasn't the first four-engined bomber of the Royal Air Force. Of course, that goes to the short Stirling, but that was all thanks to unfortunate events of the Supermarine 317. The second heavy bomber, 4-engine heavy bomber, was the Halifax, and then came the Avro Lancaster, which was delivered to RAF Waddington on Christmas Eve 1941. Now, what's famous about the Lancaster's first ever raid into Germany was the Augsburg raid, with 44 Squadron leading the way with 6 Lancasters, along with Coningsby's 97 Squadron. But when I say Coningsby's 97 Squadron, they were operating at their satellite station at RAF Woodhall Spa. Now, that means 12 Lancasters. Now, sadly, they were met with a crackpot squadron, Eurofighter and Elsa, and this squadron, number 2 I think it was, they received their 1001st victory. It was the first time they seen the Lancaster, and only 5 Lancasters came back from that raid out of the 12. Yeah, it was the Eurofighter 2. And even on that raid, 44 Squadron, without not even reaching Germany, they lost 4 Lancasters before even reaching into Germany. We're talking about over France. So you've got past and present engines going on right now. You've got the Lancaster's engines going off. You've got Typhoons starting up. Now, it was from that very raid at Augsburg that it was decided that Bomber Command would switch to nighttime. The Augsburg raid was a daylight mission because Chief Air Marshal Harris, or Bomber Harris as he was known, he had faith in the Lancaster because he thought the power and the armament would be sufficient to get to target in daylight. And in fact, when we think of the Handley Page Hampden bomber as well, RAF Coningsby's first ever aircraft, the Handley Page Hampden, had a disastrous record of 106 Squadron becoming the worst loss percentage wise of a Hampden squadron. Sounds like our Italian Typhoons may be going out. Sounds very Typhoon-like, doesn't it? There we go, the F2000As are taxiing as well by the look of it. Look at this. Come on. These are Italian Air Force, Aeronautica Militare. 2 taxiing out now. A little bit of the King's birthday fly past this, Troop in the colour, when we had plenty of departures. Looks like the Typhoon is just holding at the ORP, that's Operational Readiness Platform, a bit like Lakenheath's EOR, a safe place. To ready your Typhoon in a safe position. Could be for various reasons. So 4 Italian Air Force Typhoons, Aeronautica Militare, the 9th Gruppo, based at Grosseto Air Base, that's the 4th wing in Italy. And make that a 5th. It's another Typhoon taxiing out. That could be why the Typhoon's gone to the ORP, waiting for this second Typhoon to join them. That'll be why. It's a 29 Squadron. It looks like the family version Typhoon by the look of it from here. enjoying the show. It's been plenty of Foon action today. Looks like the other two are getting ready to go out as well, so potentially we could have all 6 F2000As going out. Typhoons of the Aeronautica Militare just getting ready. For those who don't know, in the Italian Air Force they're called the F2000A Typhoon. Germany it's the EF2000 Eurofighter. In Spain it's the C-16 Typhoon. And of course in the Royal Air Force it's the Typhoon FGR4. Not sure about anywhere else, but if you know, let me know. We've got a 2-ship on initial now, just approaching just over the tower. Nice 2-ship. is horrible. Hang on a minute. I think it is. Or is it? Nope. Nice landing. Aero braking that you can see, that sort of wheelie effect is actually a technique called aerodynamic braking or aero braking to save the stressing the braking system there. As the wheels touch down, the gear touches down, basically turns the undercarriage into a huge drag chute, shall we say. All that weight pushed down onto the undercarriage. Oh, hello! Go, check that out. But as soon as I said turns it into a massive drag chute, that happened. It was amazing. Chief Smith, thank you so much. Literally just went on the chats now. Thank you so much for that, man. We've got more. We've got the we've got another F2000A just going out now, taxiing. Thanks for the info on the second group. Look at this. I love the detail on this one. Look at this. Yep, the second one's going out as well. So that will be a total of 6 Italian Air Force Typhoons. And if you love Typhoons, you're going to love our new baseball hat coming out beginning of December. But for those that are visiting the TED party, nice bit of detail there, we'll be able to get them first. Okay, here we go. 2 from 29 Squadron about to take off. Here we go. Had more movements than Heathrow today, I reckon. Now while we wait, I think there should be 2 more. For those that love Typhoons, our 170 squadron. I know, right? You're probably thinking, what's going on there? We've got a new baseball hat range coming out towards the end of the year. Look at that, beautiful. Let me just get a bit of light on there for you. So you got Typhoon, like a nice PVC on there with TC. Now, in World War II, TC was the squadron markings for 170 Squadron, who were Somerset based at Western Zoyland with the P51 and eventually the Avro Lancaster. Got a nice Union flag there on the side, Teddy on the back. There's a bit of TC going on here. There's Ted Coningsby PVC, and inside is pretty cool as well. It's actual Ted Coningsby Send It brand. It's been specially made for the Ted Coningsby channel. Look at this. They'll be available on the first week of December, but if you're coming to the TED party, then you will be able to get your hands on them or your paws on them. We've got this lovely comfortable bracket here, brace, that you can adjust the size, so really good, really good quality, amazing. So they're coming out soon. I just thought I'd model it today. But we do have other merchandise available, from patches, tags, t-shirts, hoodies, jumpers. tedconingsby.co.uk. So, 2 Typhoons of the Italian Air Force ready for departure. Big shout out to the AWCU there. Busy morning we've had. Thank you for joining us, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope you're all having a great morning, or of course evening, afternoon, wherever you're watching from in the world. Denver, enjoy Zante, a very beautiful Greek island, love it. Yeah, so the new baseball hats will be out on the first week of December. I'll just show you them once more. Available in black. They are curved peak, as you can see the visor's curved, all PVC, high quality, with our Union flag there. We've got Typhoon there with TC. Again, we're calling it the 170 Squadron because in World War II the TC were the markings for 170 Squadron, and based from my birth county, Somerset. Also got Teddy there on the side. At the back, like I said, you've got some lovely detail going on here. You've got Ted Coningsby. This is all in like PVC. You've got a nice little TC label, little buckle there to adjust the size. Even on the detail on the inside as well, it's got Send It, Ted Coningsby. It's all good. We do ship globally, and they're not out just yet. We do have a couple of other baseball hats, although our camo one is out of stock. We're just in deciding that this will be replacing it. So unfortunately, we've still got FWEEP ones. We will be having beanie hats for the winter as well. They'll be available from the first week of December. We've got polo shirts first week of December as well. Some new lines coming up for the end of the year. We've got two types of beanie hats, one with a pom-pom and one without. Yes, Aaron Greenaway. Yes, we got beanie hats coming in. That'll be the nearest ones to the woolly ones. Thanks for the support again, Keith Smith as well. We've also got Chris White. Guards marches coming up. I'll just check if we've got any incoming. Well, it's certainly been a busy one today here at Coningsby. Lancaster is still out, so obviously had a nice little engine run there. 6 Italian Typhoons and millions of Coningsby's Typhoons. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So we, as we do, just give you a quick bit of history. This was the first aircraft to operate at Coningsby, and it was with 106 Squadron that arrived in February of 1941. With this, the very first, February 1941, the Handley Page Hampden bomber, nicknamed the Flying Suitcase because of its 3 feet, 1 meter diameter fuselage, which for those that are claustrophobic anyway, that would certainly cause a bit of distress. But it was quite prominent in Lincolnshire in number 5 group, the Handley Page Hampden, dubbed as a bit of a fighter bomber because of its nimble maneuverability. And it was the Pegasus engines that really gave birth really to the 1,000 horsepower plus monoplanes for the bombers. The Pegasus, the Bristol Pegasus engines, these are the very first ones that were air-cooled as well. The Mark 1 that was able to reach around about 242 or 247 miles per hour. 2 Bristol Pegasus engines, then the Mark 19 9-cylinder air-cooled, the very first set at 1,000 horsepower with 3-bladed variable pitch propellers, a crew of 4 in there, had a wingspan of 69 feet 2 inches. And when you think about the Halifax, the B-17 and the Lancasters having 102, 104 feet, and then of course the Avro Lincoln at 120 feet, just to give you an idea as well, preceding the Avro Lancaster. But yeah, had a cruise speed of 206 with a good range of 1,490 miles. That's 2,770 kilometers. Service ceiling at about 19,000 feet, which was quite impressive. 4 guns and a 4,000 pound payload. But it was this that started life in with number 49 Squadron, as well as 83, but 49 started life in this at RAF Scampton. Could take the torpedo bomber. It was really innovated gardening. Now that's not getting a shovel and some gloves and some compost and planting some roses. No, gardening was the code name for mine laying, and it really, you know, innovated mine laying. This was the aircraft of choice to do that. It ended up as far as Lossiemouth, as we mentioned at Lossiemouth. So when we mentioned the Hampden, this was it. Now the problem with the Hampden being claustrophobic and nicknamed the Flying Tadpole, Flying Suitcase, the pilot sat up here. The only problem is if the pilot got injured or worse, it was very difficult to fold the seat and get the pilot out. But the likes of Guy Gibson, you know, really pushed forward to have extra guns on it. You know, pilots did like it for its maneuverability. I suppose it was head-to-head with a Blenheim at the time, the, you know, twin-engine bombers. We had the Wellington, which for me had the better stats and a lot more rugged, a lot more powerful, you know, service ceiling, yeah, matching this, I guess, around a little bit more to 20,000 feet. But this was the first aircraft. But the second aircraft came a month later, and the thing is, with that particular aircraft, it was a very controversial one. It was the Avro Manchester, ladies and gentlemen, which we spoke about. All you need to do is have a look at the Lancaster, and you're not far off the Manchester, because it was indeed the Manchester that it was developed into the Lancaster. And it wasn't the fault of you know, Roy Chadwick and his crew at Avro. It was the engines. It was the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines that really let this down. Engines catching fire due to the ball bearings heating up. The feathering of the propellers would cause all sorts of issues. Now the outbound was actually okay. They, you know, I heard from time to time the successful mission was good. It was a good aircraft, but the engines let it down. It was grounded more than a dozen times, or maybe a dozen or so, but it didn't see the end of the war. In 1942 they completely diminished, but it led onto the Avro Lancaster. That's the thing. It was 90, about 90 foot of wingspan. So Roy Chadwick and his men, they extended the wings by 6 foot each on each side, extended the wings to add 4 new, completely new engines, and they were indeed the Rolls-Royce Merlin 20 at first. Now, the Avro Manchester had the Rolls-Royce Vulture. Now, on paper they sounded great at 1,760 horsepower, but they lacked reality. And they lacked reliability. You know, men were being lost in flying rather than actual combat itself, if that makes sense. It was actually more of the aircraft was causing the deaths, shall we say, or the injuries and the incidents. So Roy Chadwick and his men added 4 engines, new ones completely. Yes, they were 1300 horsepower, so less, but they were more reliable, nice and rugged, you know, gritty, good old Rolls-Royce Merlin engines, and it developed into the most successful bomber in the Royal Air Force. In fact, it started life out with 2 prototypes. After it was going to be called the Avro Manchester Mark III, by the way, and I think there was another name. I think it was going to be called the Avro Vulture. That one I'm not 100% sure, but Avro Manchester Mark III, pretty much a cert on that one. The BT 308 had a third fin, had a third tail. Not a tail, sorry, but a fin. Yeah, you know, like we got the H-tail of the Lancaster, had a central fin, but then they developed DG595, a prototype. All this going on at Waddington, and eventually, like I said, they did away with that, the central fin. DG595 was a success, and they turned it into the Avro and Lancaster. So there we go. And for those 2 squadrons at Coningsby, 97th Squadron, who were operating the Manchester, when the issues arose, were, you know, started to happen from the Manchester, you know, 106 Squadron would go out on their own, and also 106 Squadron actually converted eventually to the Manchester. And I've heard on many occasions that they actually well, what's the opposite of converted? Sort of going back. They were actually going back, resorting back to the Hampdens for the missions, because they just couldn't function as a you know, as a squadron with that aircraft causing all those problems. We've got a little bit of rain coming up, but nothing too untoward. But I'll prepare anyway, just in case. It's not like the rain that we had at Lake District, so it's not too bad. It should blow over. We've got a nice patch of blue skies just behind us, so all is good. Thanks everyone who's supported the channel today. Thank you for tuning in as well.
Right, so I'm just waiting for this in motion just to pass by. I think it's just about to go now. Yeah, let's get that in. Whew. Right, let's have a little catch up with you all. And actually, it's quite ironic. Someone's asked, am I ever on the screen? Yes, I am. How are we doing? Now, without getting blown off, I've got the hat on. Let me just, I have to turn it round because just smack myself in the face, do you know what I mean, with it, with the camera. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Oh gosh. Oh my word, it's so windy. It's absolutely bad. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? My name's Nick Ossum, your cameraman, historian and commentator. Hope we're all good. But yes, lovely comments there. No, I've not served. I just do a lot of studying and reading, and history's my thing. So I do bring that out to you on my spare time. If spare time, day off, what is that? I'll, you know, just learn and bring it into the channel. Everything I learn, because 4 to 5 years ago, I wouldn't be able to tell you what a Typhoon was. I know, it's terrible, right? When I drove past, I thought it was a mirage. You see, I still thought the tornado was still flying, which isn't a bad thing. Well, with the Royal Air Force, that is. But I hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're good. And yes, a little bit on the colder side. It is a reminder that you know, winter, well, autumn is looming. Equinox coming up, what, in about less than a week, isn't it? Next week sometime, or this week, yeah, Sunday. Is it Sunday? Because it's +1 or 2. But yeah, how are we doing? Gotta love history, and it's something I learn. But the thing is, I don't specialise in just one thing. It's a whole broad thing. So I'll be talking about blisks of the Typhoons, which are, you know, usually get compressor blades, which I've got in the van, so I can show you. I'm going to try and get hold of a blisk. I'm going to try and get you a model. Is this doing a chute landing? Hang on a minute. What do you reckon? Chute landing? Or is that just waiting? Hang on. There is the chute recovery team, but it could be just waiting. Yes, I don't. Oh, hang on, here we go. Yeah, emergency landing, here we go.
You coming? Yeah, okay, I'm going to lock it for me, alright?
Notice the stuck refueling probe. Genuine emergency landing there. Now you're probably thinking, okay, a stuck, you know, air-to-air refueling probe that you can see stuck there. They are prone to collision damage, but you've got to remember, if this has just had a full refuel, if it had a impact on detaching, then you're talking about an aircraft fully fueled with a stuck probe, which is very draggy, uses a lot more fuel, hence the emergency chute landing. There are emergency services at the ready. They're on the, obviously they can't be right by the runway for their own safety. When you're fully fueled, take the stress. It's
to use the chute off the stressors of the braking system to make it a smoother landing. This very Typhoon I'm actually sat in. Cool. Had all sorts today, haven't we? So that one was a genuine emergency style. I shouldn't say style because it was genuine. The first one we seen was a procedural one. For those that get excited that I haven't shown the emergency crew, there they are. I know people get a bit excited. Like I said, they can't just stay at the runway. They need to keep safe for their own safety as well. There's a medic crew as well. So genuine there. Again, like I said, in my previous streams, I came across, I was studying a little bit about drag. I don't know if I put away the model, but drag is obviously speed's worst enemy. And let me have a look at this. I'll show you our little Hampden here. Let me do it on there. So let me show you this Hampden and how important eliminating drag is. Drag is speed's enemy, right? And I was studying about this Spitfire that they couldn't really, the pilot really didn't understand. He wasn't performing, not the pilot, the Spitfire just wasn't performing. And what they had a look, I do have a Spitfire model, I'll have to bring that one out. What's going on there? And what they found is that the cowling, the rivets had just popped out. And basically the engineers were like, and the technicians were saying, I could fix that. In fact, the rivets just popping out a little bit can cause so much drag. Even air leaks around the canopy can cause drag. Okay, drag, speed's worst enemy, and they actually popped the cowling back properly and put the rivets back on, sealed it nice and flush, and managed to gain an extra 25 miles per hour. So what I'm saying is, if you've got a refueling probe stuck out like that, you're going to use more fuel and it's going to be very draggy. And also it will probably cause more damage because the Typhoon isn't naturally made to have the refueling probe stuck out for long periods of time. There are aircraft that have it out, but it's been designed that way. It's been designed to have it out. The Typhoon hasn't, so it can cause more damage than good. Probe as well, the actual probes get they're prone to getting damaged. The difference here, when I saw that one coming into land with the refueling probe already out, that was an indication that it's stuck. If they land and it gets released, the refueling probe, it means that it just needs checking. They've done an air-to-air refueling, and it's an indicator for the ground crew and all the technicians to service it, have a look at it, make sure it hasn't had any damage. So there's a difference there. So if it's coming into land already stuck out, then there's an issue. If it hasn't, then they land. When they're taxiing back and the refueling probe gets ejected out, then you know it's just a check. They just need to check it out, and they've done some air-to-air refueling because it's got so many sensors on there. There we go, that's a little bit more for you on that one. But yeah, important, drag costs a lot of speed. And like I said, I was learning about even the Wellington and the Stirling factory and how flush they needed to be. Everything needed to be flush. You get one rivet stuck out and it will cost you miles per hour. It really does. Even, like I said, even an air leak out of a canopy can cause drag. So really important. Oi, oi. we're doing. Hope we're all good. Leonardo DiCaprio, Tom Cruise, Margot, not Captain Weber, Malcolm Stoddart, Ross Howarth, and Elizabeth Cox. How you doing? Keith Smith, Wee Stevie Boy, Alex Raven. How we all doing? Alan Burden, Aspen, Ellie J Approach. What up? Hope we're all good. And is that another startup? It is. Nice. You sure you're going to be alright with this, Ted? Yeah, he's alright, he says. Okay, mate. Thanks a lot to all of you who have tuned in. Big shout out to all of you. Thank you very much. So our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, Vincenzo Fusaro, High Five, Guards March. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby squadron as a member. Also, Gary Inch, High Five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby squadron, thank you very much. Also Alan Gates with 22 months membership, and also thank you for being part of our fighter squadron. A wonderful little channel, and it's still getting larger. What a great place to be. Thank you so much, Guards March. Joshua Brown celebrating 1 year with the Ted Coningsby channel as a member. Wow, 1 year milestone. Congratulations. Thanks for being 12 months with the TCS family. And also thank you from myself and Ted for being a member. It really does help. And another milestone, a 2-year one. It's Siobhan Hobson Ward. Oi, oi, love this group. Love you back. Dave Holloway with 21 months membership. Wow, another month passed in the blink of an eye. Thank you very much. Babzar, High Five, and a paw pump to Babzar. Guards March, thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Claire Bicknell, member for 19 months, thank you very much. Silver Trig, member for 30 months. Oi oi, wishing all a great day, rest of the week. You too. Captain Jerry Donnelly, congratulations on your 1 year membership. Wow, 12-month milestone. I like the Tornado in 91. Guards March. Heather Holloway, member for 15 months. Oi oi, where's the time gone? Sally Cullen with 27 months with lots of emojis of Ted, bears, hearts and kisses and Nikos and flag. Nice one. Wee Stevie Boy, Guards March, thank you very much for the super sticker. Richard Joy, 32 months membership. Wow, nice one, Richard. Still loving the channel and glad it keeps growing. We do as well. Simon Watchorn, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you, Nikos, Ted, Claire Bear, for the fantastic trip to Lossiemouth and the Lakes and for persevering to bring us some amazing footage. You're welcome, man. Alan Q, thank you very much for the super sticker. Jane Ann, High Five, Guards, and a paw pump and a Guards March. Thank you, Jane, for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Wow. Big Al as well with 17 months membership. It's my 35th birthday today. Well, happy birthday to Big Al. What a celebration. Thank you, Ted, Nikos, Guards March. Clive Bruce with 13 months membership. Oi oi, and thank you very much as well. Nick Knox, High Five, paw pump, and a Guards March. Thanks, Nick Knox, for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Margot Baxter as well, thank you very much for the super sticker. Debbie Solkin, member for 4 months, thank you very much. Wow, 4 months, best 4 months on here. Thank you, Nikos, Ted, and everyone on here for making the best channel. Adam Jameson, High Five, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby squadron. Janet D, thanks a lot for your 7-month membership. Julie, thanks for your 26-month membership. Keep up the good work, Ted, Nikos, and Spanners. Also got Matthew Wardle Photography, a high five to you. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby squadron. Guards March. Wee Stevie Boy, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. Russell Moore as well. Guards March to you. As always, massive thanks for keeping us in the green. You're welcome. Thanks for using one of our mottos. Russell Moore with 11 months membership. Anne Elizabeth Cox, thank you very much for your super chat. Good morning, Nikos and Ted. Oi, good to see you. Best military aviation channel ever. Thank you for all you do, Nikos, and thank you as well. Keith Smith, high five, paw pump, and a salute. Thank you so much for. Oi, oi! The
go. Look at that guards march. Then Keith, you got a tow, you got a little tug there. Oi oi Nikos, Ted, Claire Bear, Spanner Crew and all the TCS. Keith, thank you so much for that wonderful, generous super chat. And I've just seen now is another one for you. High five, paw pump, a salute and a fly past for gifting as well 10 Ted Coningsby memberships to go with that. Thank you so much, Keith. Keith Smith, everyone, who's spreading the Ted Coningsby. Oh, 2-ship. Ted, we're going to miss that, mate. Yeah, we've missed the 2-ship. We'll be alright. Just enjoy the noise. Hey, after all we've had today, missing a 2-ship isn't totally the end, eh? Hey, that was part of a guard's march. That was cool. But that sounded Brillo. Do they still make Brillo pants? The Brillo pants. Oh, look at the light on that. It is, look at this, nice low approach, nice little shot there with 2 of them, only because I missed it. They're going around again. Planes can also be used as a speed brakelet, creating drag. These are the markings of 29 Squadron.
startup somewhere. Well, not that one. Could be that one in there. Sorry about that, I just thought I'd show you the sky there, you know, as you do. into the hangar, so nice ground run. Nice to hear though, isn't it? Just to see it out as best as we can from this position. low approach coming up. Here we go. Slow approach again, look at this. We had a little bit of reboot on it. So the pilot is not trying to save the tread on the tyres, it's a type of training that all pilots, civilian or military, will do. Landings as well. Tyres are monitored at the factory in Germany. The temperature and humidity levels are monitored, and the tyres in the factory are rotated 1/4 turn every 3 months as well. But doing a type of go around, or at least an approach that goes into a go around, so we've seen 2 low approaches. We'll teach the pilot to react one day should the event happen that a genuine low approach needs to be done. This could be if there's some issue with the runway, some damage, some debris, or a vehicle or any description, an aircraft just suddenly had a burst tyre in front that was landing in front, head. So just a type of reaction like this is really good for the pilot to learn. Also on a military level as well, low approaches can also be used as a type of sort of mini recce or evade radar, enemy level, that kind of thing. It can be used for a variety of things in military. brake. Nice free ship brake there. Those that get excited about grammar, the correct spelling for a brake like that is B-R-E-A-K. Because what good would brakes be in the air, right? Not a lot. Unless you're using an air brake, of course. So the spelling of brake, B-R-E-A-K, is braking formation. You're braking out of something. You're braking away, braking into somewhere. Now the car park is absolutely rammed. There's a bit of a... So if you are planning to come now, it's not advisable. Now the other spelling, B-R-A-K-E. That's what the pilot's about to do in just a moment. There we go. Now, whether that be aero braking or using the brakes on the landing gear. Now you can use B-R-A-K-E. You know it is.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope you're all enjoying the Ted Coningsby channel. And it's certainly been a busy day here at Coningsby. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. And Chris White, thank you very much for the super chat. A Guards March, who's put a big thank you. Jolly Green Giant 976, thanks for the super chat, Guards March. Thank you for bringing the rich history of RAF and British aviation to us. Much appreciated. Thank you very much, and a Guards March to you. Purple Bat, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. Ali Leyland, thank you very much for your 17-month membership. Oi oi, good morning to everyone and happy 17 months to me. Here's to many more. Thank you very much, Ali. Malky start up with 33 months membership as well. Wow, these milestones are amazing. Oi oi TCS, last one to the mess bar buys the tip in. Mine's Crendamente, cheers for another month of streams, Nicholas and Ted. Jocks away. Martin Skeet, thank you very much and congratulations to your 24 months milestone. Oi oi all at TCS, thank you very much. And high five and a paw pump Guards March to Rob Kennard, who has gifted 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Wow, that is amazing. Guards March. Ted, let me just sort your flag out, mate. Here you go. Martin Skeet as well, thank you very much. Guards March to you. Thanks for the super sticker. And congratulations to Mike Edwards for 2 years of membership as well. Nice milestone of 24 months. I cannot believe it's been 2 years. Time flies when you're having fun. Still loving the channel. Long may it continue. Thank you very much, and continue it shall. I think that is probably a good time for me to have a quick cuppa and a quick bite to eat. Still quite a few fumes to come back, I think, by the look of things.
No, I want you to hold her. What you said to me.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I might just go and quickly bring my tea up here. I'm sure that I'm still pretty sure there's a couple more foons out, I think. Yeah, I'll go and grab my sandwich. I'll be right back. See ya.
right.
I enjoyed you up in, I've never been up there, Lossy Man.
Oh, that was good.
The weather was good.
What was that?
I've never been, I've been there.
It's worth it. Because you got to see Typhoons somewhere else and it looks quite exciting. Yeah, it's been brilliant here. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Oh, if you remember on my previous, well, whenever it was I mentioned it, about nicknames. If you remember when I mentioned about, you know, the US Air Force squadrons, they have, you know, they're renowned for their nicknames. You know, pretty much, I don't think there are many, if not any at all, that don't have a nickname in the US Air Force. Pretty much everyone that I encounter have a nickname. Now, it's not so much with the Royal Air Force. However, for those that don't know, 29 Squadron are actually nicknamed the Buzzards. Now, 3 Fighter Squadron, they're the Cockatrice. Now, it's a mythological creature. Now, what I can tell you is number 12 Squadron. Now, if you notice, they got a fox on their squadron badge, and that's all because everyone's looking at me. Here we go. And that's all because in the Second World War they were operating the Fairy Fox. There it is. Look at this guy. Look at him. Hello. Might as well call this. There you go. This. So this is why on number 12 Squadron, their motto leads the field. I might call this one Sainty. I don't know how he's going to feel about that, but there we go. So that's why they have a fox, because of the Fairy Fox that they operated in their earlier stages. There we go. Just thought I'd show you that. By the way, just correction on my behalf, when I said that, it did sound wrong. The Fairy Fox was not operating with 12 Squadron during the Second World War, by the way. Just thought I'd just add that interwar period I was meant to say. Not so. When I said that, I was like, no, I don't think so, because during the Second World War, just during the first year of it, they were operating the Fairy Battle, and then went on to the Vickers Wellington, and operated the Avro Lancaster right up to 1946. 12 Squadron, I think it's RAF Wickenby. They've got a beautiful memorial there with 12 Squadron, if you ever go and see that. How we're doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. And of course, yesterday marked the anniversary of the start of the Battle of Britain. I wrote something different this year. Yeah, I decided to give you a little bit of the dowding system and the chain home system by Robert Watson Watt, who was really, when you look at it, if you take away the squadrons, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a joint thing. I mean, you've got the you know, they've got 303 Squadron at Norfolk, absolutely becoming, you know, the top scoring Royal Air Force squadron of the Battle of Britain. It was unbelievable, and the whole system. And then when you look at the chain home system, a chain, literally, sorry for the pun, but a chain of events really led to amazing history to bring about freedom having a future. It really was. And then someone sent me a private message of the memorial to where I was on about, to where a particular test happened, and it really does stagger me, because, you know, if it wasn't for the Manchester, you wouldn't have the Lancaster, and, you know, a chain of events, literally, and one thing leads to another. And, you know, when you think of fate and things happen for a reason, the whole Battle of Britain, and, you know, what actually happened to get to a defensive system was really just something sort of, you know, hair-raising. You know, it's like gives you goosebumps. And, you know, I wrote something different. I didn't go the year before. I wrote about, you know, the squadrons involved. I really went quite deep into the more of the battle side, but I didn't really go into a lot more detail, other than about two weeks ago, just before I went to Lossiemouth, on my last stream, I think it was, at Lakenheath. I gave you a little insight into chain home, and this really is a major part. If you've not heard of this before, it was something I wrote myself. I wrote it out properly. I put it on the post yesterday. I appreciate if you couldn't read it, it was quite small, but I called it Britain's Battle, and it was a Scot named Robert Watson Watt who created the first ever early warning system. Now, this is really important. This played a major part. This is nothing to do with squadrons. This is a very early warning system. He gave Britain a 20-minute warning when incoming enemy aircraft were inbound for an attack. But its creation and installation were really a series of timing, where when installed, faith from the Royal Air Force Air Chief Marshal, and even a doubt about it being compromised, along with the system being exposed to attacks. It also gave birth to structured interception from fighter command as well. So if you remember some of my earlier streams, you know, talking about the process of scrambling aircraft, the Battle of Barking Hill, which led to a disaster. Pilots really never engaged, never seen a 109 or a FW190. They never seen it. They wanted to be the first to get the kill, and there was no organisation in that, but this led on to it. And then when we think about what the whole point of Battle of Britain was, Hitler was, you know, conquering all the lands to the west until he reached the seas, and it was time to put under siege a castle of the Channel, and that castle was, of course, Britain. Our island standing gracefully on a, surrounded by seas. And Hitler, though, you know, thought about starving Britain by the major shipping routes of supplies from the US, Canada, by attacking merchant ships and supplies. And this gave rise to the Battle of the Atlantic in 1939. There was something called wolf packs, which were a tactic of multiple U-boats attacking to attack convoy merchant ships.
but then they realised, hey, we need to protect these merchant ships. So naval and air forces would actually escort our merchant ships, because, you know, at the end of the day, you can starve at, you know, an island is defence naturally, but it could also have a weakness, and that is to starve it. A bit like the old scenario when a castle's under siege on a moat. You just ride it out, wait for them to be starved of their supplies. This would then lead on to an invasion, which was actually called Operation Sea Lion. This was the code name for the invasion of Britain, and a plan didn't, and this sort of plan didn't happen overnight. You know, Hitler didn't just think, yeah, I'll go and invade it. Of course, a leader like that would need, you know, would have thought about it, and this didn't happen overnight. And it was, you have to go back as far as after World War I. What happened? This was a crucial turning point where, you know, our airfields that we had in this, you know, in the whole of Britain, we had about 300 military airfields during World War I. After that, you know, you started to diminish them. Everyone was like, wow, we got the Treaty of Versailles and the Hague bringing out all these treaties of peace. There was no need for them. However, some people had other ideas. Let's put it into perspective. By 1924, we had just 27 airfields, but things weren't looking quite right. So the pre-war expansion program began. You know, there was things like that. So in 1924, from 300 to just 27 airfields. And there was no reason to have these airfields. And it was in 1933, a new era was being born in Germany, a stronger Germany, when Hitler came to power and chose Hermann Göring to become Germany's Minister of Air. But there was a problem though. There was an absolute serious problem to show this off. You see, Germany were forbidden to manufacture military aircraft and rearm themselves. Treaties were set out for peace, such as the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. And Göring put together a secret, cunning plan, though. And literally, it's a bit like a Trojan horse in a way. What they were doing, they were manufacturing and constructing what looked like civilian aircraft, but they were military aircraft undercover, civilian aviation companies, but were actually going to become something more sinister. However, what actually they created was the world's biggest military air force. Now, these civilian looking aircraft were in fact dubbed and concealed as military bombers and fighter aircraft, and Göring had created the largest air force in the world in secrecy. Now, Britain was, you know, is a natural defensive structure, being an island, but what did Britain have as a form of early warning and even a defense that was, you know, that reality of invasion of what it was going to face? Now, before the invention of radar, you may be familiar with things called sound mirrors or listening ears. Now, these were acoustic mirrors in a circular disc shape, and even a giant 200-foot sound wall. You can even you can actually go and see these examples at Dungeness. You can even whisper from one end of this 200-foot sound mirror, basically solid concrete, but shaped in a way to pick up sound, and you can whisper and the sound will travel. Usually when you go there, try say Tech Coningsby, like and subscribe. But the Dungeness mirrors in Kent, which were built in 1920s after World War I, still stand today, but they were getting less. You see, what happened to them? Because I asked that question. Well, what happened to them? Well, let's face it, they're a bit static, and when aircraft got faster, they became less effective. I mean, the quicker they were, well, it was too late. By like, where's it coming from? You know, there was also sound locators. They were like horn-shaped sound locators. They looked like giant gramophones, but these were also exposed to a lot of confusion. You know, they were even picking up milk floats. So it was like, oh, no, it's a milk float. You know, they couldn't tell you how many. They couldn't really tell you exactly where, and it was too late. And both sound mirrors and locators really couldn't warn of how many aircraft that were inbound anyway in their exact location. So 1935, the idea of an early warning system was deemed something of a science fiction. You see, in reality, what was being thought of, a radio system to protect 70,000 square miles with a system which haven't even been invented yet. You've got to remember the actual, you know, the reality of this. A radar system, really? But in 1935, really, a radar system like that could detect aircraft? coming in. I mean, that sounds like, you know, science fiction. And yet in 1935 all you needed to do was go to the movies and the cinema that inspired the imaginations from H.G. Wells movies. Robots, cyborgs, death rays, lasers and radar beams, aliens and all this kind of stuff. But one of the films did actually put fear in the real world, and it was actually a death ray that actually worried the Air Ministry. Something in a movie, rumours began. I mean, it's bad enough having rumours in plane spotting world, yet alone in 1935 with the death ray. They actually thought a death ray was real, and it was being developed in Germany, that they were threatening to say that they could actually boil a pilot to death and evaporate them. In fact, they even went as dark as actually evaporating cities. Wow. So this rumour had it that the Germans had the death ray and they could easily vaporise pilots and cities, and the Air Ministry sent this worrying prospect all the way to Slough, to a man named Robert Watson Watt. Now, he was a genius radio engineer and worked for the Met Office, and Watson Watt, along with his colleague Skip Wilkins, they debunked the myth of the death ray. And Watson Watt phoned the Air Ministry and not only told them that he concluded that the death ray would be, you know, something out of space. No human on this planet could actually make this death ray. So the Air Ministry were put to rest, but he was a good salesperson. He was like, yeah, how you doing, Air Ministry? Yeah, put me on. Yeah, thank you, I'll hold. Yeah, you can't do it. You can't do this death ray. Nah, you're going to need to have like alien technology, probably from Neptune or something, or, you know, Galaxy 507. But by the way, I've got something for you. Right, by the way, and he did actually try to sell this, right? While he was on the phone, he actually told him he's got, you know, he could detect, he's got an idea to detect aircraft using radio technology, and that he could detect incoming aircraft from far away. So yeah, I can actually, by the way, there's no death ray, but there is, I've got a technology that I think that I could pick up enemy aircraft coming. I mean, you've got to remember, the idea of that was like, yeah, you know, Britain 70,000 square miles. Are you sure about that? But the thing is, he was working with radar, and Watson Watt was tracking one day thunderstorms by using radio detection finding. And one night he noticed a little echo in the radio frequency that he was analysing, and he noticed that it was an aircraft. And every time an aircraft actually flew past his mast, it would cause this little echo. We'll call it an echo, and or reflection. It was a puzzling reflection on the screen, and he thought, is this what I think it is? And he did actually really come to the theory that this is what it was causing them. So back on the phone again, and this time to Air Chief Marshal Dowding, who wanted a demonstration, as he thought that scientists could actually prove anything with figures. It was like, yeah, okay, yeah, it's like being told a load of jargon and it all looks good, but he wanted a demonstration. And just a few days later, Wilkins put together an experiment in an old converted ambulance, which was converted into a mobile lab. They put all the equipment in a boat and they got it over there, and they used a Hayford bomber powered by Rolls-Royce Kestrel engines, two-engine massive biplane, about 560 horsepower on each of those engines, Rolls-Royce Kestrel, that they used for the experiment. And also AP Rowe, Watkins and Watson Watt waited for the Hayford bomber to depart. And don't forget, you got the main man here, you got the Air Chief Marshal Dowding, you know, watching you, going, is this actually going to work? And they waited to their glued screens, and they waited for the Hayford bomber. And what they used the BBC aerial mast as the radio frequency for the plane to go through. And there you go. And what happened? Well, the Hayford bomber took off, and yes, a reflection happened. They couldn't believe it. You know, it actually appeared. They'd done it. Dowding was so impressed and funded them. Don't forget, this is 1935 money, £10,000 to do this. But it was on the very same day. So this day, on that experiment, you know, this is what I said by chance. On the very same day, Hitler revealed the largest air force in the world
had ever seen. It took 2 years in secrecy to create such an air force, and Dowding backed and funded Watson Watt system as the future of the defence of Britain. This is, you know, literally quite mind-tingling, you know, like hair-raising, like I said, goosebumps, where, you know, chain of events. If this didn't happen, we wouldn't have had this. If this didn't happen, we wouldn't have that. So it really was luck, literally. But Watson Watt knew that he was given the £10,000 funding. Thing is, though, you've now got Germany with this massive air force. Time is running out, literally. And Watson Watt was quite a realistic kind of guy, you know. He could have created something extraordinary, but you need time for that, you know, if he had the time. But each day meant the defence of Britain was being compromised. You know, that's the way he thought. So Watson Watt, he knew he didn't have the time, so he was realistic in his approach, with the decision to make not his second best, but his third best. And do you know what? Had he created something sophisticated, I think the system would have been found out, because it was so basic that the experts and the intelligence of Germany during World War II, they could not work it out. Even to the point of how it was powered. They were like, what's this sound? What is that continuous beeping noise? It was actually because of the fact, which kind of jumping a little bit, but they actually used the national grid to power it. That's what the bleeping was, and they just could not work it out. But anyway, so, you know, he made the third best system and not his number one choice. And this would prove life-saving. His third choice plan was carefully to construct these. I'll show you a little plan of it after this, but there were 350-foot towers. There are one or two that are surviving. There's one in Kent, and there's one tower. It's missing, I think it's missing some of the structure on the top at Stenigott, and they were scattered evenly along the coast of Britain, with receiving systems as well, and they were given the name Chain Home. All right, now the way the system worked was literally the 350-foot towers would send out radio waves out towards the sea, and when enemy aircraft would fly into the transmission area, the radio waves would create like a reflection, and then this would be sent back to the receiving systems, and those echoes or reflections of any aircraft, along with the distance information and location as well, you know, the Chain Home system could detect aircraft 50 to 60 miles away. Now, enemy aircraft from their airfield could reach Britain in 90 minutes from where they were positioned. The Chain Home team moved to a new location at Bawdsey Manor, which you may have heard of, and this possibly gave birth to the affectionate name the Boffins. So the scientists that were linked and tied to the Chain Home were called the Boffins, and I'm wondering if that's where it came from. And they were employed to the Chain Home team. Now, one of the Boffins was Professor Robert H. Brown, and the fear of aerial bombing was real for Britain, as on the 26th of April 1937, the aerial bombing of Guernica in Spain began. The first 350-foot tower went up too on that year, and the very first official demo was set in front of all the top brass of the Air Ministry, including Air Chief Marshal Dowding. Now, the aircraft for the demo departed Felixstowe, and again, they simulated attack, but not only do you have the Air Chief Marshal Dowding, you've also got the top brass watching over you. It's got to be really nerve-wracking, because not only do you have these eyes watching you, they're really relying, you know, you are literally the defence of Britain right now. You are making a system to defend Britain. And Watson Watt got really nervous because he couldn't see any reflections, and the aircraft had already departed. So he just started talking to fill in the gaps, and you know, talked about how the system worked. But to his horror and his scientists, the Boffins, the aircraft actually flew over Bawdsey Manor, and then a vibration, a reflection on the system happened, and it's finally did the reflection. It was too late. Everyone left disappointed. The top brass said, forget it. Everyone left apart from one man, and that was Dowding himself. He had faith in the system because he did see it work once, and he asked them, what would it take? This is what he said. He said, what would it take to make the system work? And the scientists replied, it is not possible. Dowding replied and said, well, get me scientists that will make it possible. Those were his words, and he kept faith with it. Now, the terms scramble, angel, bandits, these were three words that were going to be the most used in fighter command.
London was just 90 minutes away from Luftwaffe stations, with attacks about to begin. With Britain's lack of men, because they were in the army, the air force or the navy, women were recruited for the Dowding system, the defensive network to scramble fighter aircraft from fighter stations using the chain home system. He didn't lose faith in this. The system went ahead. But what was the RAF going to scramble exactly? I mean, you know, what did we have in 1937? I mean, the Hurricanes had only just been delivered in December 1937, and there was around 70 in the inventory in 1938. We had about 14 Spitfires in 1938, and the rest were 390 biplanes or so. Biplanes took 20 minutes to scramble. Not very good, is it? Anyway, things got better, because on the 12th of March 1938, things did eventually get better, but on the 12th of March 1938, Austria merged and united with Germany. Over the celebrations was a huge giant Zeppelin, the Graf Zeppelin, LZ-130, and it was floating gracefully, you know, over the parades and over the crowds of Vienna. But it had a secret mission. It wasn't really there for that. It went over the Czech border, and on the board, on board were the military and intelligence experts. Europe was on the brink of war. Prime Minister of Britain at the time was Chamberlain, and he flew to Munich to meet Hitler, knowing that Britain's defence was a mere 466 aircraft. Now, Chamberlain had to bluff and, you know, blag it a little bit, not to provoke Hitler, which would potentially result in hundreds of thousands of deaths. So, on his return, he hit the turbo button. New Hawker factories were built, Spitfires were pushed in production, and Britain had now 5 frontline squadrons. From Newcastle to the Isle of Wight, the 350-foot towers, along with the receiving towers at 240-foot, the chain home system towers were already positioned, which had been 4 years since the idea had been proposed in 1935. Now, things were getting prepared nicely. There were no enemy aircraft spotted until the 3rd of March 1939, when this huge, giant, ghostly looking airship, the Graf Zeppelin, right, LZ-130, approached Britain. Now, when I was reading it, I was like, yeah, shoot it, but they didn't. And on board was General Wolfgang Martini, and he was accompanied by his intelligence experts. And meanwhile, the defence of Britain was so on edge, because they seen this coming. They were like, they've worked it out. That's what they were thinking. They were really worried that surely they worked out the chain home system, and they could easily crack the frequencies, because they were listening in, and they were on the verge of doing it, and they could foil the whole system. Now, the only early warning system of the defence of Britain was about to be compromised. Now, Martini flew close to the coast of Essex, all the way to Scotland. He had detected the chain home system, and this was over the Britain's defence. Now, Martini, did he work it out? Did he actually work it out? Well, we're going to find out. A few months later, on the 1st of September 1939, Poland was invaded. Watson Watt and his scientists, all the boffins, they had to be evacuated from Baldy Manor, and with the declaration of war, they moved to Dundee in Scotland for a new HQ for them. With the towers exposed to attacks and electronic jamming, the chain home system was now vulnerable with the outbreak of the Second World War. Now, scientist Jimmy Atkinson developed a special display tube which filtered out enemy signal jamming on the chain home system, because they were worried that Martini did work it out. So they had like an anti-jamming system, but there was one problem. Yeah, think about it. He's now got to fit this anti-jamming system on every single tower all the way up the country, about 2,400 miles worth. So he was like, hi, you guys are leaving me, you're going to Dundee, you know, the chain home system tube, you know, there was a bit of a problem with that. And he basically contacted AP Rowe, and he basically instructed Atkinson to stay behind and fit them to all the towers. Now, and Atkinson frantically replied, how am I going to do that? And AP Rowe said, use your initiative, man. And it was Atkinson's Austin car, along with his wife Mona, that would be that very initiative. So there in his Austin, going around all the chain home systems, you know, actually modifying each one as he drove round each one with his wife. So his wife and his Morris Minor, Austin, not Morris Minor. He'd be going around upgrading each one individually. A total of 2,648 miles fit in these special jamming filters. There was like a special tube to put. Now each tower had to go off air as well, so when he installed it they had to actually turn it off. So every time he did that, Britain was technically exposed, but he fitted the secret device, and these modifications were made after Martini's recce because they were worried, like I said, they were worried that they worked it out. Now on the very first day of the war, fighter command were ready, but nothing. In fact, this was known as the phony war. So from the 3rd of September 1939 right up to May 1940, there was nothing. Now this gave the opportunity for more towers to be erected, but after the silence, Germany went on an absolute rampage, blitzing Netherlands and Belgium. The British Expeditionary Force supported the defence of France, but the Panzers were entrapped. They entrapped them at Dunkirk. The Royal Navy and a flotilla of small boats saved them from evacuation of Dunkirk, which you may be familiar with. The Royal Air Force were getting a lot of bad press about that because of the lack of presence during this evacuation, but this was very crucial. Dowding did not want to just send out what we had and lose aircraft and then start back at square one again. He was very clever in that tactic that he did the same thing during the Battle of Britain. He didn't just send them all out, he sent little by little, which made the Royal Air Force look bigger than what it was. Keep them coming, rather than send out everything. He planned it so that each section would be scrambled accordingly. Okay, so the RAF, during that time, but risking the RAF's fighter command infantry proved, like I said, the right decision to hold them back. However, after the aftermath of evacuation of Dunkirk, so you may have seen the movie Dunkirk, or you may know the story, the problem is there was a lot of radio equipment that were exposed and left there, and the Germans found the British radar equipment. Now this, again, another puzzle and fear stemming back to the Martini spy mission over the coast shed more light that the Germans are they must find out now. They've now, they can have a look at our radar system, and he found out the technology of the British radar system. Britain feared the worst at this time, definitely, and France fell in 6 weeks, and Britain not only feared invasion next, but their defensive system was being dissected and debunked. The Germans and their specialists in radar dissected it, and they seen the radar system. Martini's feedback from these chain home masts. Surely, definitely, he must have worked it out. Now, a very excited Goring was buzzing. Don't forget, he's the Ministry of Air. He's the boss of the Luftwaffe, and he cited to his countrymen that he could destroy the RAF in just 4 days. But Goring was going to find out the hard way. The Luftwaffe started their attacks, and that was it. The first planned targets on Britain were on shipping yards and ports, and it was looking good for Goring until the RAF started showing up. They're like, hey, how did they get there so quick? Wow. Goring couldn't work out how the RAF knew when they would attack. So how was this possible? The RAF fighter aircraft kept coming. Dowding also had a plan to not scramble every aircraft from every group, but to send small amounts in a more organised fashion. I mean, we have 2 QRA stations. They're done that way for a reason, okay? So this was the confusion, and Dowding knew that doing so would be the right thing to do. Attack after attack, Goring could not work it out. He was like, what is going on here? Did he underestimate the size of the Royal Air Force? Now, Goring was no stranger to aerial combat. Now, he was a successful, experienced fighter pilot of World War I. And on the 11th of August 1940, the Luftwaffe mounted 3 wide raids over the southern parts of England. But these raids were again intercepted, and the Luftwaffe lost 45 aircraft in just a few hours. Goring's confidence was diminished. Martini also had his eye on the RAF's tactics, and he was getting suspicious. Could those towers and the interception of RAF fighter engagement be connected? That's what he was thinking. He was like, there's got to be something. Had they created some kind of radar system to detect incoming aircraft? Well, we did. But Martini set out another spying mission, okay, and listed it on the frequencies this time. He could make out these loud pulses and concluded concluded it on a recce. And these pulses and towers were responsive to RAF scramble, and he linked the two together as an early warning system. He was like, surely that is it. So he went straight to Goring and said, listen, these towers, they're linked. Surely they've got some detection system. And Goring ordered these towers to be destroyed. Well, this was it now for Chain Home. I mean, they're not really protected, are they? Or at least, you know, they were quite vulnerable. So on the 12th of August 1940, sadly, the attacks on Chain Home towers began over Dover, Pevensey, Rye, and the tower on the Isle of Wight were attacked and destroyed. Stukas led the attack and caused major damage day after day. Now, these attacks happened 3 days in a row. Many of the towers in the south had been destroyed, but from the fourth day, nothing. There was no more attacks. Why didn't they carry on? Martini was shocked to what he discovered. After the attacks, Martini listened in again. And he could, to his horror, though they were faint, he could still hear the pulses. He ripped his hair out. He was like, well, that ain't it then, is it? What the RAF did and the Air Ministry did, they put these little mobile radars behind them just in case they were destroyed. So they were already one step ahead. Martini was shocked what he discovered. Now on the fourth day, listening to the equipment with the pulses, and the Chain Home system was still going. So he just thought, they're not an early warning system. He still couldn't work out what it was. Although, like I said, more faint remained, it was really clever that they put these in, these little mobile, basically mobile radars. So he was like, you know, and he went to Goring, and Goring was frustrated. He was like, look, you've just wasted 3 days of attacking Britain. You messing around with these. You see, he sounds to me like an old school, get the job done, forget these radar things, all these tactics, go in, destroy the place. He got frustrated and he said, get on with the bombing of Britain. So that was that. So Martini didn't get his way. Now, Goring focused his might on destroying the Royal Air Force. Now, Goring sent a formation of 100 aircraft in a destructive plan, and he called that Adler Day, which means Eagle Day, to destroy the Royal Air Force airfields, then the communications, then invade Britain, hence Operation Sea Lion. He began his attacks on August 1940 on the bases, but on the 24th of August 1940, things went a little bit wrong for the Luftwaffe. They attacked an oil refinery on the Thames, which went horribly wrong. Many of the air crews were lost, and for whatever reason, the bombers dropped their bombs over London, which Hitler forbade. He said, do not bomb London. He didn't want to bomb London because it would have retaliatory consequences. He knew the next day he was going to be in severe trouble, because the next day, Bomber Command, 24 hours later, Bomber Command sent a raid over Berlin. On the 7th September 1940, 370 German bombers headed for London, and the shift from airfields to cities was possibly a misjudgment or error from Goring, because he could have wiped out the Royal Air Force. You see, it was that mistake. So basically, they were attacking the airfields, they were doing well, Goring was getting his thing, the Royal Air Force was nearly obliterated. But that mistake, when they dropped the bombs over London, they had a retaliatory attack, a counter-attack, which then swapped the focus on bombing each other's cities. So that time, in that short space of time, it allowed the Royal Air Force to basically build back up again, and that they did. It was a series of mistakes, man, which, well, we'll take that, we'll be happy with that, because that's what basically happened. And of course, the Chain Home system was working brilliantly. Now I'm going to show you a little picture before it gets blown away. I'm going to show you the Chain Home map as well, and Goring just couldn't work it out, really. He couldn't believe it, and he thought the RAF have got to be bigger than what they are. That's what he thought. But the whole time, Britain thought Germany knew that what the Chain Home system was. So, you know, a series of mistakes, if you want to call it that, but a series of planning. And here comes the rain, so good timing. It was actually amazing. You know, things getting it wrong. Now, in 1950, Martini was at the Farnborough Air Show after the war, and he met one of the boffins. I can't remember which one it was. And one of the boffins said, he recognised Martini, and he goes, why didn't you attack our Chain Home system? actually his words were, "Why didn't you attack our early warning system?" And Martini said, "You didn't have one." You better believe it, we did. After the war, they found out that it was actually an early warning system. It was amazing. I'm going to show you a little map. I'll do it this way because of the rain. I've had to peg this. Sorry about the state of it because it's so bad. There's our main stations. You've got chain home stations and added chain home stations there. I'll have to show you it on a better day. It's absolutely starting to rain now. But there you go. There's our defence all the way up to Orkney, all the way up there and all the way around to, is that Haycastle? And what's that? Where's that one? Where's that? Prestatyn, Wales. Look at that. All that there. Right, here comes the rain. I just thought usually I go into Coningsby's history, but I thought being at Battle of Britain, you know, thought it would be a nice little addition to yeah, here comes the rain. Hang on, let's get this cover on with this really, you know, it's really horrible with the wind as well. It's not the best. Oh my word. Just got a little bit of rain. Once that's gone, I'll get back on. Anyway, how we doing? Hope we're all good. Just trying to get this I don't mind the rain, it's just when you mix it with really punchy winds, it's like that. Things start blowing wherever they want. It's not the nicest thing, but hey. It's actually drier in the winter, right? There we go. Alright. How we doing? Hope we're all good. There you go, that's a little bit about the Dowding system and chain home. So that, you know, that doesn't even start the story of the squadrons itself, the individual squadrons that went into the Battle of Britain. Like I said, we had like 303 squadron, P7 350 of Coningsby's BBMF. You've got your boot open, mate. You've got your boot open. Oh, he's driven off with the boot open. Oh dear. Okay, now someone's driven off with their boot open. Oh, and they've done it. There you go. It's easily done, right?
Must have been drafting. Took a while though, didn't it? Yeah. Well, at least it's famous. It's on camera, I think. He filmed it.
Did you any?
No idea. Sorry. You can ask me about history.
You've got insider knowledge, haven't you?
No, history I do. I don't know about history. I do. Having a quick cup of tea. I think it's stopped raining. How we doing? Just having a quick cup of tea. That was much needed tea. After that, how we doing? Hope you enjoyed that. So yeah, something a little bit different. Normally I'll tell you about the history of Coningsby, but I thought, you know, since we weren't live yesterday due to the weather, I hope everyone's safe and well, by the way. And yeah, I thought, you know, it was something I was going to do yesterday, as it's the 15th of September 1940 that it all happened. But there we go. There's lots to learn, lots of stuff to go into detail, and I thought I'd give you a bit of the chain home dowding system, a little insight into that. Something that I did very briefly just before we went up to the north. So much history, so little time. I know, right? Thanks a lot, Michael. Well, I'll try. I mean, I've so much to learn, even just on aircraft, and, you know, not just the Royal Air Force, but the United States Army Air Force, and of course, you know, coinciding with World War II's Luftwaffe, and again going a little bit before that, just sort of dipping toes into the World War I era as well, because it does all go hand in hand, even bringing up Battle of Little Bighorn. But I was trying to give you the spectrum of, you know, 27 years later, that battle would have been a little bit different with a bit of aerial combat, right? But anyway, that's history for you. Still got Typhoons out, by the way. I thought there was. Still got Coningsby's Typhoons still out that haven't come back yet. Linbone, the only plane, I mean, helicopters can go backwards, but the F-35B can go reverse in Stovall mode. And coming to think of it, I would say the Osprey, the CV-22 Osprey. So the only aircraft as in plane, I would put that down to the F-35B. On a tilt rotor though, when you start adding tilt rotors, what about that electric, I can't remember the name of it, at RIAT that had about 6 propellers, or was it 8? That was an interesting one. So I would say the F-35B and the Osprey CV-22, and then of course helicopters, yeah. But for actual fighter aircraft, the only one would be the F-35B. Not all the F-35s, the B variant. Negative on the F-35C, that can't do, can't hover. So no, this is in the air, not the ground, by the way. And yeah, we'll add the, that's a good one, I like that, the VX4. Yeah, nice one, AV8 as well, Harry. That's still going, isn't it? Yep, good one. We're getting there. So yeah, the Spanish Navy still operate the AV8, don't they? And the US Navy, right? Claire Bear, Righty, Renee, Doug, Malky. Members, how are we all doing? Simon Watchon, Daville. Keep them coming. can't remember if Italy still operate the AV8, you know. Yeah, Italy. I think Italy may have. I'm not sure. I need to phone a friend for that one. And Spain, and of course the US as well, with the US Navy and the Marine Corps. Just trying to. I'm pretty. I can't remember if I came across an Italian AV8 once upon a time, but there we go. And there you go. Yeah, I thought I came across Italy once upon a time. Where did I see a video with that on there? I think I've seen a video, but I thank you for letting me know they're still going. They were at RAF. Really? Italian? Wow. I thought it was Spain. Cool. Well, there we go. Must have been RAF, Italy. Perez, Matt Bush, how you doing? Hope you're good as well. Aspen, what up? How we doing? Hope we're all good. But yeah, great questions. And I remember when we were live and I seen that C-130 reverse. That was funny. I couldn't believe it. I'd never seen that before. It was great. If you've never seen an aircraft reversing on the ground, that was kind of cool. Lynn Bone, that's what it's all about. Ask a question, gets us thinking. Questions are good. And one of the top questions I get asked as well is can the F-35B use thrust vectoring? And the answer is no, negative. It can't do that. In fact, it's got a maximum speed. It's really only for landing or short takeoff or vertical landing, as we mentioned. It's literally the maximum speed is 250. Any more and it won't be happy with that. It's literally just for the Stovall use, not as a traditional thrust vector. Hence the free bearing swivel module, the way the nozzle is split into 3 sections so that it can rotate each section to configure into a short takeoff, which will configure to 45-degree angle or a good old 90. Tasman KRS, what's the difference between Raptors, I think you're trying to say, and Lightnings? Well, the F-22 Raptor is a twin engine stealth 5th generation with thrust vectoring. The F-35 is available in 3 different variants, a single engine. In fact, it's the world's largest single engine fighter. I will just rephrase that. It's got the world's largest engine, most powerful engine. That's the word. The F-35A and the C, the Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW100, is a whopping 43,000 pounds of thrust. So it's a single engine, and it's available in 3 different variants. One of them, the B variant, is a Stovall. So available in the CV variant, the carrier variant, the F-35C, and also the CTOL version, the F-35A conventional takeoff and landing. So it is the latest and greatest in 5th generation technology at the moment. So it's got the largest engine, most powerful engine in any fighter to this day. 43,000 pounds of thrust.
The F-35B is a little bit different. As opposed to the size, it's massive. In fact, it's got Rolls-Royce connected to it. A PW600, so it's the F135 family. It's the PW600 variant, which has almost 10 meters in length, this beast, whereas traditionally it's about 5 meters, the F-35's A and C engine in the PW100. So two totally different aircraft. Oi, oi! Two totally different aircraft. You know, all the avionics are different on it. Completely. It's got the DAS system, the distributed aperture system, those 6 cameras which forms a field. It's a hive style aircraft. It can connect, it can absorb, it even does all the electronic warfare and absorb all the data and, you know, send it back to command post. One has thrust vectoring, twin engine, one doesn't. Okay, I've got 2 ships coming up, I think. Are they coming straight in?
absorbing tape, that, didn't it? Nice air brake wave there to get us all excited. Got another Typhoon inbound, 29 Squadron. I was looking at this over here. That was a nice force ship there, wasn't it? Oh, what's going on here? This is looks like a go around. Plenty of food action today. weather today. It's been a great day at TED HQ. Been a magnificent day. I mean, look at this. Look how many foons there are. Look at this. Beautiful. I mean, that's just cool, isn't it? Oh, that's the little foon after foon after foon. So many foons. I'm foon, I'm foon, loads of foons, foons, glorious foons. Well, this is literally now Foon Town, isn't it? I mean, this poor 41 squadron's like, where am I supposed to park my Typhoon in it? Never seen a car park so full. Typhoon just, you know when you're going around trying to find a parking space in a parking lot, you know, and a car park, it's just like, what's going on? Oh, actually, no, is it taking off? That might be going out to taxi out to depart, actually, saying that. So it sounds like we've got a Typhoon taxiing out for departure amongst all those Typhoons. Hope you're enjoying the show. Yeah, there's been a lot of Typhoon movement today, really good, and I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been again another classic return to TED HQ, loving it, and hopefully give you a nice mix of aircraft in the next couple of months, even 3 months, right, hopefully up to November. And and with a few more bases and places to visit yet to add to the list. G-Van Pulliam, how you doing? Alan Gates, Aspen, Ali Leyland, Righty, Julie Beard, how you doing? Mike A, what up? Sylvia King. Hope we're all good. So we've got one Typhoon that's taxied out for departure. Oi, oi. Love it. So 41 Squadron Typhoon getting ready to depart. Here we go, departure time. Down there gleaming, look at it. Runway caravan lit up there in that beautiful sunlight. I don't know where it's getting that from though. That one little tiny bit of blue sky. Brilliant. Border Raider, how you doing? Philip Goodfellow, Wee Stevie Boy, Leah, how you doing? Welcome back to the show. Hope we're all good. Johnny B, Alex Blackcat. It's been a very busy day. I'm just going to go and grab a quick cuppa while I can. Hello. A little bit of, so we're just getting a little bit of rain now. Right, B-Roll Pat, just gonna go grab a quick cup of tea while it's raining. See ya.
This,
I'm not, no.
so it hasn't even been back. How long has it been resurfaced? Because it looks pretty.
A year? Was it around that? Yeah, I think last December. Nearly.
What, the Berg van's been gone to? Yeah,
That's it.
Oh.
No, it's fine, it's got the cover on. Nah, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Been a good day, isn't it? Yeah. Been a good one. Been about a year, hasn't it? Since nearly a year, isn't it? Yeah, it must be. It's good, isn't it? It's nice to know. You get lost in one of those. No, it's been really good today. See you in a bit, thank you. Whew. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're well. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Just a quick finish up as well. We'll stay until about, like our usual, 1500 if we haven't had any movements by then, but hope you're all enjoying the show. The yellow trucks that you can see there, they have jet fuel, they have aviation fuel, high octane. Or is it? And that's aviation fuel. So Alex Foster's asked a question, what are the yellow trucks? So they're known as Bowsers, and they contain the fuel to fill up the aircraft. Aircraft will be filled up straight away upon landing. This stops condensation inside, which water and fuel will be highly explosive and very dangerous. But also, on an operational level, it's ready for the next sortie as well. So you never leave it without any fuel in there. Doing, ladies and gents and teddy bears. Someone's asked a question about well, it wasn't a question, it wasn't a direct question, it was really about not appreciating or shall we say not quite shocked that military bases are quite close together, and that stems from literally you could say from World War II, basically, because by the end of how we're doing by the end of the war, by 1945, I think we had around 600 military airfields here in the UK. About 440 were Royal Air Force, and about 140 to 160 were used by the United States Army Air Force. And it's really a strategic and of course a historical thing why they are still close together. On average here in Lincolnshire alone, you know, with 46 military airfields in the second largest county in England, the airfields were on average just 7 miles, average of 7 miles. I mean, we go 7 miles apart between bases. I mean, we got RAF Metheringham, not far from here. We got Woodhall Spa, which is our closest, maybe about 4 miles in the direction of a backwards crow flying. You got Spilsby, you got East Kirkby. A little bit further down, you got Waddington, you got Digby. They're all close together for that very reason. And you'll find a lot of the bomber command stations are inland, are more inland. You see, if you don't forget with what we mentioned today about fighter command, you know, and what would be the use of having a fighter station deep here in the heart of Lincolnshire, when if you're going to be escorting, you know, escorting other bombers, you're going to be using up a lot of fuel. If you're going to go on ground attacks, you're going to be using a lot of fuel just to get over your own territory. So this also played a major part. I think RAF King's Cliff was probably the most west, I think, of US Army Air Force, or at least an escorting station. I think it was the furthest west. I mean, there's going to be one that's going to be furthest, right? One of them has to be the furthest, but you don't want to be scattering and hiding, you know, if you are under attack, you want to be quite close in some ways to where you need to defend. You can't be all the way halfway up Cumbria when things are going off and you need to scramble aircraft to London, for example. Okay, so it was very strategic in that mind. Of course, with bomber stations, with the protection, you had to look after them, which you don't get many bomber state. I'm just trying to. I don't think we get many bomber stations right by the coast, right? It just seems pointless in some ways, but you don't want them too far in because you've got quite far to travel over your own land. Okay, so that again played a major part. So so that was, you know, from World War I, like I've mentioned before, we had about 300 military airfields. By 1924, just 27, and then things started to rise again. You know, there were a few hundreds again, and then by the end of the war, 1945, we had about 600 military airfields. 460, 440, 460 were Royal Air Force, and about 140, 160 United States Army Air Force, of ones that we know, because there was around 30 that were secret.
There were stations that were kept completely quiet, completely away from the public. You know, not necessarily SOE agent missions, but other, you know, a bit like, you know, places like Boscombe Down where they do the testing of certain things and other things that we don't know about. Yeah, so there was quite a few, even storage. There's one in, I think there was a secret store, I forgot the name of it, somewhere in Wales, northwest of Wales, almost at Anglesey. There was like a weapons store there, which was quite, you know, top secret. Have a look at RAF Fold as well, which had, I think it's the largest crater ever made by a bomb in Europe, and it was an accident. It was a mishap. One of the armourers or one of the engineers or one of the crew just, I think, hit it, and the whole thing just exploded. I think it's the largest crater in Europe, non-nuclear or something like that. It's got a bit of history. I was thinking about doing a lost airfields on that. I know it's not an airfield; it's still a Royal Air Force base. I just thought it'd be quite interesting to do. What else is there? Yeah, so that's really why you have them so close together, and of course some stations were kept, some were not, which is why they are so close together. The likes of a classic one, Lakenheath, Mildenhall and Feltwell, they're 5 miles apart from each other. Reason for Lakenheath, to be honest, was exactly, there were two reasons for the Lakenheath. One, thanks Perry, we've got, yep, thank you for that. Satellite stations. So RAF Woodhall Spa was a satellite station to Coningsby. Coningsby were going to receive the Avro Lancaster, but didn't have a concrete runway. So what they did, they built, because if you remember, which I haven't done the Coningsby history today because I thought I'll give you something different, but the reasons behind it is you start building satellite stations. So the point of that is, after December 1940, all stations that were going to be built from 1940 December were going to be built with hardened concrete runways, because before it was grass runways. Why grass runways? Well, they're quick and easy to pop up. The only thing you got to worry about the drainage of the soil, the terrain, any obstacles, any like rocks. There was a classic one which we did a lost airfield, RAF Harrowbeer. The houses had to be cut to 1 story rather than 2 story. They caused a hazard. They actually restricted them, and that's why a lot of the houses that you see surrounding Harrowbeer, Yelverton, actually it's called Yelverton now, not to be confused with Yeovilton. That's why they changed it to Harrowbeer. There you go, little fact for you. So they actually had to skim the houses. I know, skimming the house. So you had to look at obstacles, and grass runways were fine because if they came under attack, there was always some stretch of runway, stretch of grass, stretch of terrain that a Spitfire could use as an example. So satellite stations were built to assist while they were very helpful. So the Lancaster came and operated at Woodhall Spa while Coningsby closed its runways in August 1942 to 43 when it reopened. So, you know, it allowed Coningsby to have the Lancasters but to operate from a satellite station. Same with Mildenhall. Mildenhall satellite stations, it had 3, Tuddenham, Newmarket Heath and Lakenheath. The Lakenheath was a satellite station. Lakenheath was very crucial because it's just south of Brandon. There was a decoy airfield, which again we'll go into more detail when we get over to Lakenheath. So a lot of it is linked together with history, thriving in history, and it's something you've got to understand why they're so close together, because they are there for historically. All right, and the reasons behind it: more airfields, more infantry, more defence, more bombers, more fighters. Don't forget the other engineers, signal school as well, regiment. Lots of, like Honington today. I think it's got yes, it has the regiment heritage centre as well there. Lots of different things going on. Loads of things going on. You know, and then you've got air weapons ranges, military training areas. They just go and grow and grow, and then obviously after a war, it shrinks and shrinks. Okay, so historically, it's what we're left with after. It's what remains. It's very philosophical, that, what remains. But that's it. It's very historical, and to think about the connection between why there's you know, more fighter stations out sort of Kent, Norfolk on the edges there, Suffolk, you know, as you go down East Anglia and further down London, Norfolk, etc. This is the reasons behind it. Bomber stations tend to be huddled in Yorkshire and Lincolnshire. Sounds quite good, doesn't it? And in Suffolk, of course, we got Lakenheath, Mildenhall. They were all bomber stations. But each United States division, so the Mighty 8th, again, we'll talk in more detail. The Air Forces, the Mighty 8th, they were so organised in the fact that the way they had 3 divisions, hence the shapes on the bombers. So you may see a triangle, which is the 1st Air Division, a circle, which is the 2nd, and a square for Mildenhall, which is the 3rd Air Division. So now you know the 100th Bomb Group were the 3rd Air Division. Each division had associated a fighter group, a fighter wing to escort them. They had a specific wing to escort each division, okay? So, and then each wing had groups, all right? So that's the way it would work. So it was very structured. So the Royal Air Force did something similar. They had attached Fighter Command, Bomber Command, Training Command, and Coastal Command, and in that command itself, then it was organised into, so Bomber Command had categories. So Bomber Command 1, there was 8. 8 was the Pathfinders. He had 100 Group, which was electronic warfare, and some went to France. And then you've got Fighter Command, and they were organised, and again, the Dowding system, how they were going to be scrambled. They didn't just send them all. They had, I mean, thank goodness for that they didn't, because that probably would have changed the course of history. But there we go. Dr. Daniel, good to see you, man. It was very good to see you at Lossiemouth. Really nice to meet you. Thank you for coming up to see us. Yes, mate, yeah. How you doing? All right?
All right, yeah.
Good. Yeah, good, thank you. Very well, thanks. Very good. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, that's cool. That's all right. Yeah, nice one. Oh, no. Yeah. It's changed quite considerably, isn't it? It's been rather wet and windy the last couple of weeks. Yeah, I know. Thank you. I think they've all come back bar one. Yeah, the one that took. I think they're back. I would safely say they are. So. Yeah, gonna go and have a cup of tea while it's raining. See you in a bit, buddy. Thank you.
No, obviously. I'm only on a mobility scooter.
no,
being
God,
green.
God.
I don't
Yeah.
exactly want boiled milk either.
No. But pour some Horlicks with that, I'll join you.
Oh, try telling Craig that.
Alright, you take care, yeah?
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago the Red Arrows came over us to the Friday. We didn't know.
Ah, you're right there.
They were going to Blackpool, then on the return journey.
Oh, yeah.
They were supposed to be coming back about a mile away. So we all went out, took photos of them, and they diverted and went straight back to Coningsby. In a straight line rather than going where they were supposed to go.
You're right there, mate.
You mentioned fold, Josh, didn't you?
Sorry?
You mentioned fold.
Oh, yes, I did, yeah.
Treaty. Apparently it was a prisoner of war that actually tapped it away
Yeah,
on the,
right.
tapped it away on the fold.
And it, yeah, I didn't know exactly who did it, but I know someone hit it. Oh dear. Yeah, left a right crater, didn't it?
Oh God, yeah. They're
Yeah,
all overgrown now, that.
yeah. Very interesting. Oh dear. Sorry?
Camera.
I've got quite a few. I use a range of Olympus and things like that, and so cool. All right then.
Enjoy.
Catch you in a bit. How you doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Thanks for joining us. Just had a nice cup of tea. What I usually do is wait till about 1500, see if we got any more departures, and then go with it. Of course, again, you may have overheard, it is potluck. You just sit back and hope for the best. Lilo Doublefly, how you doing? Hope you're well. It's quite bright now. Sun's come out finally. Ted, you right there, mate? Ted's it. And, thank you very much to all our supporters. Thank you very much for supporting myself and Ted and the Ted Coningsby channel. Guards March to high five to Malky Stoddart for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. A Guards March to you. Lilo Doublefly, high five as well. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Glyn Simpson, a high five. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron as a member. Thank you very much. Again, if you'd like to support the channel, become a member and support and fund the channel. It really means a lot. It keeps us going, keeps us flowing, because without your membership and support like that, we wouldn't be able to keep the van fueled up and serviceable as well, roadworthy and legal. Thank you so much. Ali Leyland as well, thank you. Amazing stream, amazing channel, amazing TCS family. Guards March, thank you very much for the super chat. Like I said, you know, accommodation as well when we're going up to Lossiemouth, you know, it isn't cheap, especially fuel as well. John Parrott, not the snooker player. Guards March, thank you. 11 months membership, oi oi everyone. Richie B, thanks for 16 months membership. Still the best aviation channel. Totally agree. Mind you, I'll be biased, but Richie B as well with 16 months membership. Thank you. Richard G with 15 months. 15 months of camaraderie and joy. I can't say that, can't pronounce it. I'm going to try camaraderie.
Yeah, that one. Ken Brooks, Guards March, thank you. Oi, oi. Border Raider, thank you very much for the super chat. A Guards March to you. And Border Raider, thank you for being a member of the Fighter Squadron as well. Here's to many more. Thank you. It means a lot. And also got Christopher Carr with 29 months membership. Nicholas and Ted's little channel to what it is today. Thank you. Yeah, I know, right? It's amazing. And Mike Edwards as well, celebrating 24 months, 2 years. Wow, thank you. Oi, oi, can't believe it's 2 years. Time flies when you're having fun. Still loving the channel. Long may it continue. Thank you very much, all our, you know, long-serving members as well. Ted, that beret is doing well lately, and it's probably been the most windiest it's ever been. Good and well, so we're just gonna hang on just for half an hour. Hopefully we get another departure in that time. If not, see you soon, wish you well and all that. Ready for our next show again, weather permitting. It's let's have a look what we got for tomorrow's weather. Tomorrow's weather again, it's this week is a bit hit and miss, so we'll do our best to keep the show going and flowing. Once again, we don't just rack up and stack up, we do make contact, we do let them know that we're here. Okay, let's have a look at the weather. I'm just gonna have a quick gander at the weather, quick butchers. Yeah, it looks a bit yeah, it's a bit drizzly tomorrow. Monday was scrubbed. I mean, I think flying was scrubbed on Monday, or at least the very best part of the day. Friday looks good. Friday, as long as all being well, should be our regular Friday show at Lake and Heath. In our time, but we'll keep going, keep positive. Matt Foster, how you doing? Margot, Simon, May and Marshy, how you doing? G-Van pulling Big Al, how you doing? Hope you're all doing well. Do have one Typhoon out at the moment. Thanks a lot, Chris, for the updates. 1,000 likes as well. Thank you very much. All of you supported us today. And yeah, happy birthday, Big Al. Hope you're all good.
Oh, well.
Steve Madison, thank you very much. We're all good. Of turning points for Coningsby in its history, of course, as we mentioned earlier, right to the very beginning of the stream. 1940, November the 4th, 1940, RAF Coningsby opened. First residence in February 1941 with 106 Squadron with the Hampdens.
A month later, they were joined by 97 Squadron with the Avro Manchester. They started to operate the Avro Lancaster at their satellite station at Woodhall Spa. The base closed between summer 42 to autumn 43 when it reopened. 617 Squadron arrived with the Lancasters. They swapped with 619 at Woodhall Spa. Lots of other Lancaster squadrons arrived. Mosquitoes arrived sort of in the best part of 44. And Coningsby changed its... I mean, there was a brief period of the Avro Lincoln, and this was the turning point because of the Cold War. The whole point of the Avro Lincoln was literally to become a strategic long-range bomber. However, with the with the creation of the B-29, although it cost a lot more, the RAF eventually leased and rented, had 87 B-29s on loan from the United States Air Force, and it was designated as the Boeing Washington, so a bit of a change of era in 1950 for Coningsby, and it was amazing. And I've got a Boeing Washington example here. There was no modification to it. Don't forget I'm going to show you both. I'm going to show you what happened to the Lancaster, because the Lancaster became the Avro Lincoln. Eventually the Lincolns kind of became the Shackleton in the end, but I'll show you what we had. Our successful heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force. I'll just show you the I think these are to scale. Oh my word, they are to scale. Let me just show you the sheer scary side. I believe they're to scale. I believe they're 144. I'm pretty sure they are, yes. Look at the absolute monster 140-foot wingspan against the 102-foot Lancaster. I mean, that's just, it's incredible to see that. So after the war, of course, after the victory of Europe, I mean, that is just a monster. I mean, before I go into detail of the Boeing Washington, I'm going to show you the Tiger Force and the whole point of upgrading and modifying the Lancaster. So modifying Lancasters was nothing new. I mean, they did that for the Dambusters. They removed the top turret, removed armor plating, etc., and they modified the weapons bay to have the bouncing bombs, the upkeep. Now you could also have the 14,000-pounder tall boy, all right, which again they modified the, I mean, this is the 9 Squadron, WS, Whiskey Sierra 9 Squadron. J for Johnny Walker, got the markings there. Now this is a Battle of Britain PA474 livery version, okay, because they did do that in the sort of late 90s. However, the original J Johnny Walker 9 Squadron and those that were carrying the tall boy, they would have had the top turret, gone. It would have been not there. It would have been obsolete to make it. Actually, I should show you the. I'll tell you what. Just hang in there while we're waiting. I'm going to show you what they did to get a 22,000-pounder Grand Slam, because they actually modified the Lancasters to carry the 22,000-pound Grand Slam. If you just bear with me one moment, I'll go and get you what they did to the Lancasters, and then maybe we can tie that in with the B-29. Hang on. If I can find it though. Let's see if I got one.
So yes, I do have one with a Grand Slam on it. Here it is. I'm going to show you the modifications. So 2 Lancasters, exactly the same, but look what they've done. Look, top turret removed. You can see that there clearly. So there we go, there's our 2 Lancasters, and the armour plating would have been removed. Let me just pop that away. See, this is what they were doing underneath. Look at this. Weapons bay completely, the bomb bay completely modified to carry a 22,000 pounder Grand Slam. Now, there was a bit of a problem with doing this. Yes, they were modifying it, they were trying to weight reduct it so they can add a 22,000 pounder. But the problem is maneuverability. You've still got the same aircraft and you're carrying 22,000 pounds. Yes, it could carry it. By the way, the only squadron to use the Grand Slam was 617. Now you're probably thinking, hang on a minute, 617 squadron's markings were Alpha Juliet, correct, but when they were using the Grand Slam, their markings were Yankee Zulu. There you go, a little fact for you there. No top turret, completely removed, armour plating gone, and the problems were on takeoff and manoeuvrability. It was sluggish. It really was a struggle to get this off the ground, but it did. Maneuverability was very limited, so you're talking about some serious trouble with this, which led on to the development of the Avro Lincoln. So obviously Ray Chadwick and his crew at Avro thought, you know what, why don't we just completely make a different aircraft? So they used, again, using the beautiful, I mean, you know, if it ain't broken, why fix it? Using the same sort of look. I mean, it looked like this, the Avro Lincoln. It was longer by an extra 20 foot, 18 foot wingspan, you know, longer, bigger engines as well in there, you know, big Merlins or Packard, huge. I mean, it was, you know, increased range, because at the end of the day, it was ready for, you know, strategic bombing. Now, with the Tiger Force, by the way, what they were doing, they were uprating these for the Tiger Force. They were, you know, modifying Lancasters. They were changing the radiators inside there to cope with the different climates, and then enough was enough, really. But the the Avro Lincolns, they lacked the range, really, with that, because the B29s, well, although they cost 5 times more, by the way, it was a lot better, miles better. I mean, it already proved itself. Look at this. So the RAF basically acquired 87, and they were on loan to the Royal Air Force from the United States. 87 of these are the Boeing Washingtons. That's what they call the B1s. It had the range. It was ready, you know. And you know, there was also a very sad incident with the Avro Lincoln with, I think it's RF 531. I mentioned that really briefly. I'm going to see. Sadly, it was. It's the. Yeah, it was a very sad story, if I remember correctly. Was it? I think it was. Yeah. And it's the only time. I mean, I'll let you find out the history of that. But the Boeing Washington, the B-29 in essence, and you know, it proved itself. It had a massive wingspan, as we know. It is the Boeing B-29 Super Fortress. The only difference with the Royal Air Force was the name and the roundels, and the markings there are Kilo Delta. That's a 115 squadron for that, but it was huge. I mean, the engines were huge. It could take care of itself. It had some guns all over the place on it. It was pretty amazing. With that. So just to give you a bit of the spec, I mean, guns wise, it had about 10 50-inch Browning M2s and 2 50 caliber BMGs, and also one of the 20, I think it had 120mm M2 cannon as well. I mean, bombs, take your pick. I mean, it had, you know, Marks 1, 3, 4, and 6 nuclear bombs. It had a 44,600 22,000 pounder Grand Slam, 44,600 pound T12 Cloudmakers. You name it, it could take it. I mean, it had guns. It had a service ceiling of 31,850 with a range of 3,250. I mean, it's amazing. Ferry range was just that extraordinary, just short of 9,000 kilometers. That's 4,900 nautical miles. Cruise speed at 220, max speed 357. It could do all that. It was really good. And the engines were 4 beautiful Wright R335, sorry, Right, our 3350 23 duplex Cyclone. They were 18-cylinder air-cooled turbo supercharged radial piston engines. A whopping 2,200 pounds of 2,200 horsepower. I'm thinking of jets already, but there you go. That's just a amazing wingspan. 141 feet 3 inches. That's 43 meters 0.05 for those that do the new money. At a length of 99 feet, that's 30.15 meters. It is insane. I mean, if you think of the wingspan of a Typhoon is what, just short of 11 meters. It's 10.90 meters. Crew of 11. It really proved itself. It really did. And it did well. Eventually Coningsby had, 3 years later, Coningsby turned into the jet era, and I haven't got this one. It's an English electric Canberra. So Coningsby's first jet aircraft happened in 1953. Amazing. 1953. An amazing change of history. But of course, something else happened in 62 to 64. Coningsby was operating the Avro Vulcan. Just for those 2 years, it was the Vulcan B2s. And where we have the ORP and the runway caravan, you would have had a nice line of Vulcans, but they moved to Cottesmore. And eventually, another change of era for Coningsby. It was time for the Canberra to be replaced, and we had options such as the TSR2. When I say options, it was confirmed, but obviously, as you know, the sad history, it didn't go ahead. But what we did have is an order of 50 F-111Ks. That's right, Aardvarks, our Royal Air Force designation was an F-111K. 50 were ordered, I think 2 were like almost complete. Don't know what happened, got cancelled, and we ended up changing again. Coningsby finally changed into Fighter Town from 1969 because it was the Phantom that arrived here. I think the RAF designated it as the FGR4. They arrived here with number 6 Squadron, who are based at Lossiemouth today. The flying can openers were here, changing the whole course of Coningsby's history. 1969, that was the date. 228 Operational Conversion Unit, 29 Fighter, and a lot of these squadrons, when they arrived, there were several other fighter squadrons. They moved to Wattisham because Wattisham became the, this was in the 70s, became a QRA station. Coningsby wasn't a QRA station just yet. And then, of course, in 1984, just previous to that, actually, just before 1984, we had Jaguars here, we had Harriers here with 41 Squadron. 1984 saw the Tornado F3 arrive and various other Tornadoes in time, until finally it was time for the Tornado to be replaced. And it was the Typhoon that did that in 2005 on the 19th of May. They arrived here with number 17 Squadron. They moved. They're in America now. They're still the test and evaluation squadron for the F-35B at Edwards Air Force Base. So that's just a quick, brief history for Coningsby. And who knows what the history lies? Who knows? Who else? Who knows what's in store? Let's have a look. We've got. Okay. No, I don't think we're going to get anything by 3 o'clock, Say that was it. Oh, no worries. It's been a pleasure having you all here. They are tucked up for bed. Sorry?
Do you ever know if there's on coming in?
I don't, sorry.
You
no.
just guess it, can't you?
Yes.
Everybody else?
Yes. Actually, that said, there's still one. I just remember there is still one out there somewhere, isn't there?
Hiya, you're right.
Yeah, I'm
Good.
good. Where is he? Where's Ted?
He's here at the minute. He's just taking a quick break.
We're following you on YouTube.
Oh, thank you.
You not think anything's going?
Don't know. I don't know. I'm afraid. Sorry. I don't. I'm not sure. Okay, let's get to. All right. So Ted's been summoned.
He is.
Yeah.
Oh, bless him.
Yeah. I can't leave him up here. He'll take off.
No, he'll take off.
Yeah, I know. How you doing? All right? Ted, you right there, mate? Ted's all right. That's okay, isn't it? Well, as we kind of finish up, I think we're done for the day. And, been loads today. Really, really amazing. Gazland 66 Guards March. Thank you for your 23 months membership. Oi Oi TCS and Spanners. Thank you. And Deister towards the other leg Claire. Guards March. And Deister towards new waterproofs for Claire. Gotcha. Oh, for the other leg. Now it makes sense. So I'm reading it backwards. Nice, that makes sense now. Well, I hope you're all good, Lady Shen Steady Bears. Hope you enjoyed it. We are almost at an end. Pilkington, hope you're all good. Yeah, it's been an incredible day. It's been really busy, isn't it? Really good, tons of takeoffs, and we've enjoyed it anyway. But there we go. There's still one Typhoon still out. Stephen Billing, Air Godzilla, 23 months, nice, almost 2 years as a member, thank you. Ali Leyland, yeah, thank you. It's been great, isn't it? It's been really good. And again, thank you to everyone who subscribed today. We are getting extremely close to 113,000 subscribers, which is amazing. So thank you very much. Okay, all good. LEJ Approach, how you doing? And Daniel, known as Doctor, thank you again for coming to see us at Lossiemouth. It was really good to see you. Hope you're good. Captain A, how you doing? Simon Watchorn. And
the adventures were pretty cool, weren't they? Hope you enjoyed that. And the Lake District stream was amazing, wasn't it? Those 10 passes, those Typhoons, it was just absolutely out of this world. That was a really good bit of luck there. I think we had 10 passes in 2 hours. It was pretty incredible, and we had again some really bad hammering weather, but they played ball with the movement, you know, and it was really good. The German Air Force Typhoons really tried to go low level. They tried and tried. We kept seeing them turn and turn, and then they went for it. It was really good. All the timing was amazing. So yeah, I think that is us done. So ladies, gents, teddy bears, thank you very much. We are done. Ted and I are gonna just pack up, get sorted, ready for the next one, I think. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Well, listen, I hope you enjoyed today. It was really busy, wasn't it? With the addition of the Italian Typhoons as well. Really added that extra awesomeness of the day. Really good. Ted, you right there, mate? So Ted and I are just finishing up. Again, for those here, enjoy. You never know. It's always potluck. I never know. We just turn up and hope for the best. And that's the way it is. Just turn up and have a good time. Again, that's the way it is, and enjoy it, yeah? Try and stay dry as well. See you later. Take care. Right, ladies, gents, teddy bears, like I said, hope you enjoyed it. Oh, I think I got a little message there. Right, cool. Yeah, all is good. Right, so what a day! Amazing. Lots of departures. We had the couple of parachute landings as well. One genuine with a stuck refueling probe. That was you know, again, smooth like butter. All that training. That's why they do it. That's why they train all the time, constantly. The regular maneuvers that they do it time in, time out. To be a good pilot, you've got to train all the time. A good pilot is always training. A military pilot is training even more. So, hope you enjoyed that. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, thank you very much. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. Ted's home. Ted hasn't got far to go. He's off already. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See you on the next one. See ya. That's not fair, Ted. You ain't got far to go, mate. Hey? Ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel
to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Aw, yeah.
Golf India, Brian 31,